is.
Wait, behind.
Oh my god. That jelly bean's really spicy.
Downstairs.
Damn it, Jelly.
Yeah.
What is going on this round?
I'm sorry. I would like you to know I screamed so loud that I peaked my mic completely.
He was in the middle, by the way, above basement. Just waiting for me. Same.
We see plenty of each other already.
Not enough.
Tempting as
Strip.
it is to keep you all to yourself, it would be terrible company if we didn't mingle for at least part of the evening.
Yeah, Kazuo's the same. Boop. The snoot. Don't leave me hanging. Hi, Tara. That was so cute.
I love you. Now go on, before I change my mind.
About loving me or what? Oh my god. My man's just stepped in the fire. That is so funny. See you later, alligator. Dummy. Incredible. Wait, you too? Oh, this is good. This is a good strat. Oh my god. This is a really good strat. God, there's like so many of you. No, go back on fire again. It was funny. Oh my god. They'll be fine. Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll walk it off. Oh my Lanta. That was so funny how they all just ran into the fire. Oh god, I don't remember how to play this game. Oh, okay. For the record, I don't play this killer, so I don't know what I'm doing. All I know is that I watch Wisp play a lot, and that's all I got. Oh, nice tree. Yo, if that tree was in the way, I may have gotten that. Oh, shout out to that pillar. I got his Tootsie! Huntress main. Oh. My god, sorry, Car. I did a reticle, but like Beth, like literally. Oh.
Why are we still here?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
It's fine. I need more hatchets. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, me the. You're gonna let me get one, right? He's actually sleeping. It's great.
Success!
Yeah! Watch this. Watch this. Yeah, get shot! I am obviously the best skill issue. What the? No! 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 Get shit on Rebecca. Oh my god. Oh my god! That scared the f out of me! I was expecting hatchets! No f***ing way am I getting a goddamn comeback. I wonder if Rebecca has oh my god! I'm sorry, you scared me! Dead hard. Altruism kills. No! 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 Wait! How long has he had a flashlight? Where's the Felix? Where's the Felix? I gotta hook somebody. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Happy Wednesday. I need a button that says lizard. Like, I know we have the thingy that does lizard, and, like, that's great and everything. I need a lizard one. Have you guys seen, I think they have them on, like, a TikTok shop. They're, like, lizard buttons, but they actually look like the lizard. So, I would definitely put that in my mouth. What? Anyways, who was first today? Oh, wow. Hello. So many people. Hello. Hi, everybody. Joker first. Who was not first? Oh, Escape! Not first! Also Joker. Mwah. Janai Gemini. Love your name. Mwah. YBZ. Mwah. Soisei. Mwah. Jinx. Mwah. Kita Saban. Mwah. Escape. Mwah. Amaya. Mwah. Whimsy Wolfie. Mwah. Shabby. Mwah. Problem Child. Mwah. Willie. Mwah. Adri. Mwah. Kyle. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 head kisses. Also Escape Infinite Zero. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Woo! Thank you so much. That really means a lot. Thank you so much. What's up, Butcher? Hi, Adri. Hi, Baroque Sphinx. Hi, Willie. Hi, Shabby. How's everyone doing today? Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Welcome in, Shania Gemini. I love your name so much. Building it up before Twitch steals it. Did you see that I retweeted a user voice saying that they want to change the view streak or the viewer streaks to like a manual check-in, like you could like click it. I assume they want to do it. I didn't read the whole thing. I just retweeted it. I assume they want to do it kind of like how you redeem like those little boxes for channel points, maybe. I don't know how to read. Dropped out of college. Kaya, mwah. Think of the 4 kissy. Oh yeah, I saw Baroque. I saw that. I saw DB tweet about that. So I'm hoping it's okay because everyone who I was lurking seems to be back playing DBD. So hopefully it's okay now. My daily announcement only 5 days. Oh my god, that's so exciting! I am very, very excited for you, Whaley. I'm so pumped. Wait, Kaya, did I do a kissy for you? I did it in my head. Kaya, mwah. Midmina, I might be back by Trickster main era. Adri, I already saw stuff about Mina from, like, the DBD Discord. And I, unfortunately, like, saw so much stuff yesterday. I didn't see her Mori. There's a lot of stuff I didn't see. So I am excited to do, like, first impressions and first reactions with you guys. Duncan, good evening. Duncan, mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Oh, no way, Kaya! Oh my god, what's your dress look like? Does it have pockets? I am only started here. I'm waiting to hear back from a friendo. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it, unless you guys don't want it. You guys can double and give to next person. Almost broke out the big one for you, YBZ. Almost broke out the big one for you. YBZ, literally know you. Are you enjoying your birthday month? Are you having the best birthday month ever? I'm super excited about this chapter. So was you, and there's a couple other people that are like super duper like avid Trickster like people, and I don't know how to say fans, but like they're like Tricksters, like their boy. Well, now their girl. And like I kept wanting to say like, oh, happy holiday to you yesterday, but I kept forgetting. But happy Trickster holiday, Loki. I designed for your shirt. Thanks. I was actually watching one of my old videos that had this shirt and was like, oh my god, why haven't I worn this shirt? It's just been in my closet, hung up. So, well, all my shirts in my closet are black, so all my shirts kind of blend in. So I had to go and like find it. My lips are sealed. Oh no, you're so good. The only thing I just want to see for myself is the Mori, really, because we already played the map. Like I know they tweaked the map a little bit because of the PTB, but I'm excited. Shabby, thank you for the 60 stream streak. Wow, that's so much. Hi, Raven! Hi, I love you, Moist. Mina can Mori me. No way, Adri. I'm so excited. I had half a mind to do like a closet cosplay, but everything I own is black. You have to go lay down. You're really stressing me out. Go lay down. Why are you gonna look at me like that? But what was I saying? But I did not do a classic cosplay because all I own is black. A cute berry dress. Long sleeve, no sleeve. Vanessa. Mwah. Slim man. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. What's up, Slim? It's basically a holiday. Exactly. This is your day. Spades! Oh my god, guys. You guys know Spades is literally live right now? Spades is live right now with Mira. Okay, Spades is currently not live with Mira because Mira just raided. Hi, Mira! Oh my god. Everybody go tell Mira how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Okay, so fun fact. Wait. Just Mira rated, right? Okay. Spades is still live. Everybody go follow Spades and everybody go follow Mira. That's actually hilarious. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders! Mira, okay, so I was watching you in Spades, right? I was lurking because I get nervous. But I was watching you. And I want to say that you remind me so much of somebody. And I hope you take this as a compliment. Because I need you to know that it is a compliment. It is like very, very high compliment. To me, this would be. You remind me so much of Eowyn from Lord of the Rings. I'm just saying, like, I feel like I looked at you for a second, and like out of the corner of my eye, I'm just like, is that Eowyn from Lord of the Rings? So Miranda Otto, who? So I want you to say that you are my shield maiden of Rohan. You are so stunning. But anyways, everybody go follow Mira. Mira, I hope you had the best time. I saw that you and Spades were having issues with the lobbies, but then you got back into a game, so. Hopefully the lobbies are back to normal. Everybody go follow Mira, and everyone say hello to the mods. We got Loki, Mira, Raven, Spades, Kyle. Did I say Kyle? Did I say Kyle twice? If I said Kyle twice, I like Kyle. But everyone say hi to the mods. Also, Spades, I believe, is still streaming, so everyone go tell them how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. I saw you guys are just going against a ghoul. DBD hates us. Ugh. Yeesh. Also, Spades, thank you for the 10 stream streak. Please enunciate clearly. Oh. Captions. You know, I think I still need to update my captions from that thing that you sent. Fire King! A Fire King. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. You know, that's actually a really good reminder for me in general because I'm trying so hard to do like 5 different things at once to improve my speech. And I'm trying to remember things from, like, my high school speech class that I did. And one of those things is stop saying like so much. Like, damn it! To stop saying like as a dead air / word filter. But it sucks because I have ADHD and I struggle so hard with words already. I need that like to, you know, keep the words flowing. I don't know. I'm trying really hard, so if you see me struggle more than usual, it's because my brain's working on overtime, and my brain doesn't usually function very well normally. Also, Mira, mwah, Rooster. Wait, Rooster wants a compliment. Rooster, the hottest, most tallest, most handsomest, most amazing person in this stream right now, and currently my most favorite person ever. Everyone has their emotional support filler word, and oh my gosh, I've been doing a lot of editing, right? Because I edited another one of those. I edited part 2 of my Resident Evil Requiem playthrough and my Detroit Become Human playthrough, and boy howdy, is it hard to watch myself. It's not because I don't like my voice. My voice is, it is what it is. There's no changing it. But I dislike my my like in between every other word, and I'm trying to be more conscientious of that. I don't know what compliment will top that. I'm glad you guys like it. Lose my shit like a kitty little... Really? Oh my god, Rooster, that would make my day. That would make my day. And then if you're down for it, hugs. Can you go lay down? Go lay down. Go, go, go.
Go, shoot.
Shoot! Go. Go lay down. Oh, good job. It's hard, Little Gone. It's hard. I struggled for a very long time when I first started doing content creation. You're stressing me out. Oh my god, wait, I'm gonna get canceled. Sorry, I'm not really choking him. Although, who here would like that? Raise your hand. I'm joking. But Mom, I was waiting. No, if I say that word, he'll want it. Mr. Ware! Mr. Ware, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Me next. On your knees. Rooster! Guys, it all line up for what? Line up at once. Cookie! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Where do you find all those tubs? Wait, are you talking about G Fuel, Soul? They give it to me. They just keep sending me G Fuel. Yes, mother. Actually, I just got an email from G Fuel today saying they're sending me the new, what is it called? Oh, it's like Lucky Bite or something. Yeah, Soul. I'm not gonna lie. I do get spoiled from G Fuel. Oh, you know what? On my YouTube, it's not my most recent upload, but on one of my more recent uploads on YouTube, I show off some G Fuel that I received from them. Large box. Also, speaking of that, Soul, thank you for that transit. Ow! I'm wearing my Lord of the Rings thing today, and this thing keeps, like, slamming in my headset, and it hurts my ears. What G Fuel are we gonna drink today? Oh, I know. I wanted to try this one. It is! So it's a sour green apple. So I should be trying that soon. It just got sent out today. But we're going to try citrus green tea. Zen Zing. We're going to try this today. Oof. I want to sneeze. Oh, also, so, think of the forehead kissy. I'm never going to TwitchCon. I'm far too nervous to meet people, especially streamers. I just know I'll act weird than I should and get thrown out. Oh my god. I mean, I feel like as long as you're not, like touchy, right? Because I think that's when people get kicked out, is when people are, like, touchy. What do you want? No, go lay down. No, boys, you had all day to spend time with mommy. This is work time. No, I know you're so cute. No, but no, you gotta go lay down. Oi, Jamoy. No, but Raven, he literally is. He literally waits to get his first treat, and then he's like, I'm happy. Also, Lentona, hi! Think of the forehead kissy. But yeah, they send me a lot of free shit. So, thank you, G Fuel. I love you. And you know what? They'll keep sending me free shit if you guys keep using code KITTEN. So, shout out to everyone who uses code KITTEN. Maybe one day I'll get my own shaker. And maybe one day after that, my own flavor. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe sometime before 2030. Is there a cereal flavor? Not that I know of. I don't think so. Damn your. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Little cat ears, shut up. That would be so cute. You know what? Didn't Tom... I think Tom showed us, back before you were mod, but in the old mod chat, I think Tom had showed us, God, what brand was it? Do you remember, Raven? There was a brand that had, like, a kitty cat shaker top, and it was like, oh, I need it. What flavor would you want? Oh, what I would want? Oh, God. I love apple, and I love... Honestly, it'd be a really close flavor profile to the Maiden's Blood, the Resident Evil Maiden's Blood flavor that they did. Was it Gamer Subs? It may have been. Would you really, Moon Courts? I wish. Also, thank you for the 3 stream streak, Lentona. Thank you guys so much for the stream streaks. That really means a lot to me. Also, this emote is adorable. But yeah, I love apple. I like lychee, whatever you guys call it. Yeah, that sounds right. Whoa, Penguin! Hello, princess. Come on, everybody. Everyone, hello, princess. Hello, princess. Sorry, not hello, princess. That's for later. Everyone, hello, princess with me to Bravo Penguin. Good evening, princess. That may have been Gamer Subs. That seems like the most obvious choice, right? I never got one. I should have. You know, if I see one, I'll get one. Just to have it. And maybe to see if I can put it on my G Fuel shaker. You know what? They might be mad at me if I do that. It might break my contract if I do that. Maybe I won't do that. But I'll want one. Oh! The scooper right on top? That ain't right. That's way too lucky for me. Oh, but yeah, speaking of Lucky Bite. Hello, princess. See, Mira's a good girl. Mira, did you get your post-stream self-care, actually? If you did not get your post-stream self-care, then I take back your good girl. You're a bad girl. W Scoop. Yeah, yesterday they just released on G Fuel the Lucky Bite, which I do believe is a sour green apple flavor. And we'll try that whenever I get that in. But yeah, for anyone, for any streamers or content creators out there that are working or want to work with a company that does like gamer drinks or whatever you want to call it, if they make you buy your own products to promote, they're a scam. Just saying. So, because there's so, I'm not going to name them. I'm not going to name them, but there are companies out there that will affiliate creators and then will not send them product to promote. It's like, but then these creators will buy into it and will literally buy product to promote. I don't know. It's so predatory, but whatever. Petition for Pixel G Fuel Collab 2026. Louder. Also, hi, Music Kid! Reminder, G Fuel has caffeine, especially the caffeine ones, but not the hydration. Hydration is caffeine free. Name them. I know there's one company that rhymes with... Should I? It rhymes with Advanced BB that makes some of their affiliates buy their product instead of giving them the product for free. But I don't know anything about that. What was I saying? I will riot. I would like that. Not a riot, but just a G Fuel collab with them. Also, Absolute Zero time zone check. It is 6:48 p.m. for me. It's very early for me. I keep streaming earlier and earlier. Leon's moans. Mwah. Tasha. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissies. Alright, I think I caught up with chat. Sorry, I don't know how to read. 7:48. Future. Pixelix G Fuel 2026. Stop. You guys are gonna make me giddy. Guys, go tag G Fuel. Go tell them that you want it. Future. Oh, really? I'm glad, Moon. Hope your day... Oh, thank you, General. These are my Razer Kitty Kraken V3 headset that they also sent to me for free. I get a lot of free shit. And then I'm like, guys, I don't know. I'm really lucky. I'm really grateful. But I haven't worked with Razer for a little bit, because I told them I didn't want to work with them for a while, because after TwitchCon, they pulled this like really obnoxious ad that was on oh my god, I'm allowing that. So they posted this ad on TikTok, a couple ads actually, Razer did, that was very like, how does one, Kamoso, do you say misogynistic? It was very basically, the TLDR of the ad was the guy putting on his Razer headset that's noise canceling, so his nagging girlfriend won't bother him, and people were not happy about it. Like, rightfully so. You know, it's 2026. You know, we don't need this misogyny in 2026, especially as an ad for, you know, a brand. And so I had messaged. I had just gotten this Razer chair. Spoiler, this is a Razer chair. And they just sent me this chair. And I told my Razer guy, I was like, listen, I'm not going to promote you guys for a while just because, like, this isn't great. I want to see, like, where Razer's going to go. But you know how the short attention span the internet has. You're really? So... I feel comfortable promoting Razer products now, so I'll probably reach out to him and be like, hey, I know it's been like 6 months, but I love you. And so I'm probably going to post, but I'm not going to ask for any products. I don't need anything. Like, I have so many webcams now. I have like 3 extra Razer webcams that I'll potentially like give away. I have a bunch of microphones, even though this microphone's perfect. I have Razer RGB coming out my butthole. I don't need a keyboard because I bought my own money, my own adult money. I finally bought something, the Corsair Galleon, and I have this Razer mouse, the Razer Pro Click, which they also gave me. So it's like, I don't want or need anything, but I want them to know it's like, hey, I do want to restart this relationship because I forgive you, essentially. Should have got a Secret Labs? I know they're big name in the chair industry, but I think you have one, right? I don't really know anyone else that has one. Hold on, let me catch up on chat because I was yapping. Had a bit of a rough time shoveling some snow earlier today. It snowed yesterday and it started melting, so it's heavier than normal. Oh, Rosaria, same. I was shoveling Monday or yesterday, and it was so heavy because it was wet. But now it's all gone. Also, Silent Scorpion, mwah, Danger Dance Safari, mwah, Problem Child. Oh, Dino Dance! Everybody do the Dino Dance, Dino Dance, everybody do the Dino Dance. Also, Dead Girl Chloe, mwah, Only Keenan, mwah. Thank you guys for the forehead kisses. You have one, Gem. And his cousin Bill, and their few other friends also named Bill. I don't get it. Wait, Tasha, that went right over my head. Shout out to Pixel K for being a great role model. Really, Miss B? You don't have to lie to me. It's okay. This is a safe space. You don't have to lie. You could be here for free without having to butter me up. At least the popcorn one eventually imploded. Wait, what popcorn one? Wait, are you talking about the brand I used to work with, Kyle? Misogyny ad in 2026, right? Why not ads to mute the wild political climate? I have no idea where they were going to this ad. It was that's why I messaged them. I was like, I don't feel like promoting this. Yeah, that brand. What happened to that one? I think the owner was just like shite, right? He was like super shady. He wasn't paying anybody. I got my money, so. Does anybody want a cat? No, but Kyle, what was the worst part about that was that the popcorn was actually so good. I still think about it. I still think about that popcorn. It was so good. Oh, God. Guys, I'm so behind on chat. I'm so sorry. Oh, a bunch of bills. Tasha, I never said I was a smart man. I dropped out of college. Okay, I get it now. I get it. Oh, guys, I'm trying. I'm really trying. I have had a good couple days recently, and I'm trying. Also, hold on, let me catch up on kissies before I mess up on these. Fawn, mwah, Maximus, mwah, Absolute Crown Zero, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissies. So if I miss your message in chat, I'll scroll back up. I have it staying where I need to catch up on. Also, Absolute Ground Zero, do you want to mention that you have 117 kisses? Shout out to Master Chief, Sierra117, my only Lord and Savior. Anywho, what was I saying? Oh, so I've had a couple good days recently, which is great. I'm so happy for good mental health days. However, I fall so quickly into the mania of having good days that I end up doing too much in the mania, and then I immediately crash because I'm too depressed, I'm too upset, and then I have a good day, and that good day is either turns into mania or is because of mania, and I try to do too much to make up for all the days that I lacked because I was depressed and crashing out and burnt out. So I'm trying really hard to just do good things, but not a lot of good things. So I did respond to some messages today. Yippee! Congratulations, Moon, you're on my list because I still have to send you your Pixel mail time. Also, I want to send you something else. So you'll be getting a message soon. But I also been doing a shit ton of editing and responding to comments. So, but yeah, like you said, things in moderation. Yes, I'm on my way. It's a good chair, but expensive. Oh, or we talk about the Secret Labs? Yeah, I've never even looked at their website. Miss B, that really means a lot. Wait, where'd it go? Hold on. She's gorgeous. She's a gamer. She's a yapper! Truly. I really appreciate that. That really means a lot. I'll take a webcam. I have, I think, 2 extra of these dog cam webcams. I think 2. I know I have 1 for sure. Nah, yeah, you can keep your cat. How many folk love the popcorn? It was so good, Kyle. It was actually quite devastating. Also, Moon Quartz, mwah, think of the forehead kiss, see? I think everybody in the Gold and Eerie program do have Twitch shirts now. I've had mine for a couple years now, though. But it is really cool to see so many people with the Twitch shirts that really deserve them. I mean, everyone who's in the program deserves them, and people who aren't in the program still deserve them, but they have to apply for the program. Really? Moon, I actually have your message pinned so that I can remember to message you. I haven't checked my mail in a hot minute. Raven, you are also on my list of things I need to send stuff to. I know. Christmas card. I know. But there's other things I want to send you. It's the Canadian postage. It scares me. Jasper's just staring. He can keep staring. Nikki! Mwah. Salted Loki. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, I forgot to put drops in my title. Rosario, what would I do without you? Thank you. I meant to go. I literally had it. Oh my God, Rosaria, thank you so much. I literally pulled up my stream. I edit stream info, and I was like, no, my stream title looks good. I'm good. And I was like, I literally pulled it up because I wanted to put drops in my title. Thank you. Thank you. You guys can get drops right now. My friend got his yesterday. So cool. I'm so happy to see so many of my mutuals and friends, and even people I don't even know, get their Twitch shirts. Bye, Lintona! Have a great day. Thank you so much for stopping by. Oh my God. How dare I not get Twitch shirts for a program that I'm not even applied to. Pet the kitty. Oh, but then he'll be annoying. There you go. And 2 out of the ODS. Yeah, so I want to make sure that I have everything that I want to send you so I don't have to send it like multiple times, but I will. Expert, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. That really means a lot. Oh, hey, look, a streaker. Shut up. That's so funny. Oh, Fawn Kitty or Joel Gabe. Thank you, Rosaria. If you send it now, it might make it there for next Christmas. You know what? Shut up. All right, you know what? I've been yapping too much. Also, what is this color? Did I not shake it? Did I shake this? I don't remember. I've never seen a color like this before. This is the G Fuel. It is not a 2.0 formula. It is not a 2.0 formula. Okay, so I'll have to remember to shake it. This is the Zenzing Citrus Green Tea. I'm excited for this, but we'll see. I've never seen a color like this one before. It's interesting. Is it blue? You know, it might be blue because of my lights. Hold on. Let me see something. Oop, wrong button. Let's see something. Oh, those are gonna turn off, right? Turn off. Okay. It's like, I don't know, like almost like a lilac? I don't know. I think it looks super blue on camera. It looks hella blue on camera. Oh, here we go. This is, I guess, more like what the color is. I don't know. It looks blue on camera. I don't know. What color is it? I'm sorry. I can't stop. I'm completely perplexed by this. All right, let's turn our lights back on. Not the Pixels text. That's funny. The only person I texted today was my aunt. What was I doing? Oh yeah, okay. So we're gonna do our taste test of the Zenzing Citrus Green Tea, which looks like this. Which looks blue on camera, but more like a lilac in person. I don't know. I can't predict the color. Oh, it smells lovely. Oh, it smells like limey. I wish it had more lime. Honestly, this is a good chugging flavor. A lot of G Fuel flavors I wouldn't chug because I would like to enjoy the flavor and enjoy the sweetness of it because I really like the super sweet flavors. I would chug this. I got lipstick all over it, sorry. I would chug the heck out of this. And I would want to put ice in this and make it cold. I bet this would be amazing when it's really hot out and I want to put ice in there and just chug it after working out. I think that's what I would use this for. It's really good. I wish it had more lime. I would put more lime in it manually. No, but like Loki, I think that's what I would do. Oh, what if I did like ice, like limey ice, and put the ice that had lime juice, not all lime juice, mind you, but like lime juice ice cubes in here. Now we're thinking outside the box. That sounds amazing. That's what I'm saying. I think that'd be great. Supernova, did I say hello to you? Hi, Supernova. You started working again? Can't wait to spoil my girlfriend with gifts. Oh, that's so cute! Congrats on the job, by the way. Catch up on chat. Not anyone else playing my usual storm chasing game. Twisted. Wait. Wait. Expert, you talking about there's a tornado? I know there's been a lot of tornadoes in Illinois recently. Yeesh. My little nutmeg. Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. Before I start. No way! Oh my god, escape. Hell yeah. You should put some lime ice to just keep it in your freezer. Yeah. I totally agree. I don't have any limes right now. I just have a bunch of lemons. I actually have a bunch of lemons cut up in my freezer. You know, I could probably put some cut up lemons in there. Frozen lemons. I made some sushi in the shape of a luxury car. A Rolls Royce, if you will. Now I want sushi. Hi, Capricorn! Everyone say hi, Leaf. Hi, Capricorn. Meowdy. Yo, Expert, that sounds scary. Tornadoes are terrifying. They really are. And I live in the Midwest, and that's all I have. But we don't get monsoons. We don't get earthquakes, really. But we do get tornadoes. Pick some Meowdy. Guys, should I open up Dead by Daylight? What do you think? Sure. Oh, also, thank you for the DBD Creator Program for giving us these cute little... What are they called? What is that? What is that called? Overlay. It's called an overlay. Thank you, Pixel. Sorry, I'm not a smart man. Loki, I know! Mama J. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Do I have DBD Creator in my title? Okay, good. I got... what? Sorry. Oh, yeah, we get blizzards. Oh, my God. It's literally flooding right now for me. Hey, Mama J. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Tasha, I only played it once in the PTB. Ignore that. You love eating lemons? Girl, are you okay? I'm joking. I won't judge. Also, Dwayne. Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Everyone say hi, Dwayne! I've only played it once, Rosaria, so... the jury's out for me. There it is. That's what I want. Give me that. Lemons are good. I don't like eating them. With a bit of salt? That makes sense, actually. Oh, really, Expert? Well, that's kind of, handy. Hi, Poe! What is this? Oh, did everybody have a happy St. Patrick's Day? Was it the tequila? Game volume up? It's actually really up right now. I'm actually going to turn it down. You just reminded me. Why do I not have game volume right now? You guys hear it? Game volume? There's a whole intro! Oh! Is this every time we open the game? Ah! There she is! Oh my god! Me next. What? Are you shiitaking my mushrooms right now? What? That was insane! Woof, 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 burk, 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 burk. That was so cool! I've seen a lot of people say something about streaming and Spotify. I didn't know they did a whole ask song for the intro. And someone said that it only plays once, so I can't like close the game and open it again. I have listened to the song on repeat for 5 hours. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Also, hi Norman! Oh, it's on YouTube. Perfect. Also, Dwayne, thank you for the 5 stream streak. What the heck? Thank you so much. Also, hi Pocket Faye. That was so dope. Also, as I go through the stream, please let me know about the audio because I had it up really high for Detroit Become Human. So I think I have it to where it was before with DBD. So let me know if the audio is super low for. Is it really? Because it's like super high for me. Well, we're also in the menu, so we'll wait until we get into a game. Deal? We'll wait until we get into a game and then let me know. You just tested it works. Wait. Deal? Okay. Wait, should we close it and reopen it again? Also, I did change my webcam, so let me know if you guys like it, if you guys don't like it, or if you guys didn't even notice anything different. It's totally okay if you guys didn't notice anything different. Nathan, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Lily, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Hi, Lily! Everyone say hi, Lily. Everyone say hi, Nathan. My St. Patrick's Day was a mixed bag. My back acted up, and I started my corned beef and cabbage. Like, oh, but you did have it though, which is good. Oh, okay. Thank you, Loki. Also, Marta, mwah, Norvan, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Wait, do you guys want to watch the intro again? Oh, guys, don't look at that. Wait, do you guys want to watch the intro again? 1's in chat for watching the intro again. 2's in chat for no. I'll turn up the audio more. Oh, well, yes. Okay. I'll turn up the audio. And then, play intro movie. Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Oh, there we go.
Killer in disguise, love it through the drama, creeping up behind, scream out of my pleasure, I'ma make you mine.
Oh my god. How it seamlessly goes between Korean and English is just beautiful.
nightmare starring you and me. Thick under the blade cause I wanna see you bleed. Death by fame is my perfect fantasy. 그런 발 절대로 못 숨어. Say my name, say my name, say my name. Spiked up with so much adrenaline. Say my name, say my name, say my name. There's no escape. Don't save your breath. No escape. I love the high. For the chase, no escape. Don't save your breath. No escape. No escape.
I'm like crying a little bit.
No escape.
That, what a beautiful, beautiful way to honor this chapter. And I think what's really important about this is that it is it's a unique chapter. It's not a licensed chapter. And to see how much love that was poured into that and how much, like, time and effort, energy that was put into this, because Trickster has always been a really cool chapter. I know people are like, about, like, the killer, and that's, you know, that's their prerogative. But, like, Yoonjin Lee, Trickster, they've always been, like, really beautiful characters, and they've always been, like, a beautiful story, and probably, like, really up there as far as, like, non-licensed, unique Dead by Daylight chapters. And to have this, to honor them, and to really bring it up to another notch is insane. The lore, yeah. Very, very cool. This is beautiful. Incredible. Wonderful job, Dead by Daylight. Oh my god. Mina changed my mind on Trickster. Oh, right, because, Mina, I've been told, or I've read, is like the Hatsune Miku of Trickster. Like, she's not real, per se. Also, Sunny, mwah, eclipsed, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. And modern Korean horror, too. That's very cool. The lore! I'm so glad that they revisited this chapter. Nom Nami, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. You know what, Spartan? Thank you for asking. I'm feeling pretty good today. How are you doing? How are you guys doing? Oh my god, guys! I didn't do my midweek check-in, guys. Midweek check-in. What are, how has our week been so far? And what are we looking forward to this weekend? Yeah, exactly, Rosario. Okay. They really outdone themselves. I agree. Also, expert. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh no, you're totally fine, Eclipse. Eclipse hugs. Hugs for you and anybody who needs one. If you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. Can you stop touching my butt? Stop. My cat keeps touching my butt. Also, I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Hi, Sam! Sam, I was literally just thinking about you. Everyone say hi, Sam Fire. I hope you're doing so good, Sam. Sammy! All the characters from the chapter have their unique menu music. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to... Oh, wait, do I get my Arella? Yes, guys! I don't have to email behavior about my Arella shirt. I get my Arella shirt. Yay! And my V shirt. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Dead by Daylight. Now I don't have to bother you because I really wanted to email about my Arella shirt, but I don't want to bother anybody, so thank you. Oh my god. Yep. Hi, Patorti. Patorti, you still streaming? Guys, everyone go tell Patorti how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Yo, that's awesome that it happens automatically. Oh, and then, guys, don't tell anybody. Hold on, don't tell anybody. I don't want to get canceled. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Because now I can... Oh, do that. Now I can get the chapter, right? No! Don't cancel me! Moon, shh. Oh my god. Oh, I hope you had such a good stream, Patorti. I was doing a little lurky turkey. Also, I think we're the forehead kissy. I'm gonna go be poked and propped tomorrow. Poked and prodded? Oh, Spartan, I hope you can figure that out. sucks that you have to do that, but I hope you can get it figured out. No, don't cancel me. Wait, cause stream froze, you said that. Wait, what happened? When did it freeze, Keaton? Alright, how do I buy the character? How many RXLs did they get me? Like 10,000? I think it was like 10,000 RXLs. Mina Kwan Tai Young actually made her to be virtual idol version of the trickster himself, but whenever Kwan Tai Young was taken by the entity made Mina into a real person. Ooh! Okay. You didn't earn that shirt. I earned it by never playing the game or streaming or asking people for it. I just deserve it. Otaku. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, wait. Actually, really quickly, hold on. I need to change my flavor of the day. I forgot. Sorry. Got D. My flavor of the day is Zenzing Citrus Green Tea. Zenzing Citrus Green Tea. I do actually want to put some like cut up lemons in there, but I'm too lazy to do that. So I won't. I can't wait to see it again, Norbert. I've only played it once. Hi, Lobster! Lobster, happy Wednesday. Sorry, I burped. Sorry. Also, think of the forehead kiss. See? Ew, Po! I think I saw that on Twitter. Beth! Beth, think of the forehead kissy. Shut up. Oh, Mama Che! Mine just got shipped too! Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on. What am I doing? Killers? Oh, they're at the top, right? No. Oh, here she is. Oh, she's a legendary outfit. Okay. So, unlock, right? Because they gave me $1 million to spend, so thank you. How was your St. Patrick's Day? Was that yesterday? It was okay. What did I do? I did a lot of editing. I can't wait to drink a heaping helping of fuck shit up. Oh, we're going to, Lily. We absolutely will. Howdy! What's up, your Uncle Manny? What is up? Hey, we didn't want it. That's actually really funny. I can't wait to drink it, Mama J. I'm also glad that you got it, because I know they didn't restock the other one, which sucks. How come America doesn't get it? Because we don't want it. We don't want your pickled Pepsi. Disgusting pickle enjoyers. Blah. And then there's a Survivor. There's a whole ass new Survivor, right? There he is! Okay. Yippee. Another killer to throw myself at. Well, Uncle Manny, we missed you. I hope you're doing amazing. I know it's so sad the Vox Bravo Penguin has taught me how to say this a million times. Can you guys help me one more time? Vox Machina is a good consolation prize after missing out on the Exandria. I'm so sorry. I hope they do restock it, though. Instead, she heard Surf Cut. Machina. Okay, I was close. I saw you, pickle turkey and nasty boy. Pyro. Mwah. Alice, think of the forehead kissy. Raven. Raven, now question. Would you have, like, given it... Okay, 2 questions. This is twofold. Machina. 2 questions. 1, are you able to have, like a sip? Like, could you have, like a little sip of caffeine? Or is it, like, God, if caffeine touches you, you're dead, like, kind of thing? Or... And, second question. Machina. Machina? You could probably have a sip. Okay, now would you have had a sip? A little forehead kiss, you know, caffeine. I'm probably saying it so wrong. I'm so sorry. Just so you know, they also affect Yoonjin Lee's name, both Korea and Japan. I'm not sure other Asian countries wrote people's names with last name first. Oh, so is it Lee Yoonjin then? Yoonjin? Lee Yoonjin. Okay. Now, and it's just like how Fung Min is Fung Min. Okay, because it's Min. It's her first name's Min, right? Also, Spartan. They go the forehead kiss. See, absolutely and I quote, the fuck not. And Alucard saying, "Give me some of that sip." What? What? Oh, wait, does he have... Holy! Oh, that's actually not allowed. Okay. Ooh, this one's nice. I want this one. Give me that. Kid brother. That's cute. Lobster wants a G Fuel flavor. Okay, question for you, Lobster. Do you have any flavors that you're like, ugh, I like can't stand apple, or I really love strawberry? Do you have any like preferences? Let me narrow it down for you, or do you want me to just like close my eyes and pick one for you? No, so you're just like equal opportunity. Yeah, shopping spree time. They gave me like 10,000 RXLs. Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man! Guys, don't say his name, because he will look and he will start bothering me. Eclipse! Ah, shit! I didn't do the treats for Fawn! Okay. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, so we're gonna do a cat treat and a dog treat, because I ignored you the last time for the treats. My bad. Alright, here we go. And, oh, no, it's empty. It's empty. No for you. Guys, chill. I brought another bag downstairs. Don't worry. Pink! I'll get you, Pink. Go. Oh, wow, that's like minty. I wonder why it smells minty. Will you like this? The other one was pumpkin-y. Oh, okay. Oh, you don't like that one? Boo, did you already eat yours? No, you have to. You have to eat it, Charlie. You have to be grateful. Eat it upstairs. Too nervous to eat it down here? I got you. All right, Jojo. Ah, there you are. Come here. I know! Mommy doesn't feed you ever. No! Oh, to match the map. I like that. I like your thinking. Oh, good boy. Oh, Jasper, what am I going to do with you? So cute. So cute. You guys saw that, right? Yeah, he's like, where's my pumpkin spice treats? All right, go. Yeah, shoot. Yo, Chaos Reaver. Mwah. Think over the forehead, Cassie. Oh, pink. Pink. What color? I'm joking. Pink. Remember what they did for Stranger Things and you spent it on Resident Evil instead? I did buy all the Stranger Things cosmetics. But then I also spent some on Resident Evil. Alright, let me get a G Fuel for Lobster. Alright, Lobster. I'm thinking. I'm in the zone. I'm gonna pick two, because I'm always afraid that someone's gonna hate one that I pick. I have one. I have one in my head. Ooh! I have two! Okay. So, the two that I'm gonna pick for you, Lobster, I don't know if one of them is in stock. I think one of them is in stock, but I don't know if the other is. The one I'm gonna pick for you is the new Ghostface one. There's like a new Ghostface flavor. Do I have it? It's not that one, is it? Is it this one? Oh, Jasper, what are you doing? Get down! Jasper's on my desk, but behind my monitor. What a freak. How did you get back there? Girl, no. Get off the ottoman. Alright. So, what's it called? Hold on, let me pull up Google Chrome. G Fuel. Go. No, seriously, you're stressing me the fuck out. Piss me off. Get the fuck away from me. I need space. Oh my god, Midnight. Oh my god. Midnight does not give me any space. She's my black cat. It's called Jump Scare. White cranberry strawberry. So the new G Fuel Jump Scare Ghostface. White cranberry strawberry. And then the other one I picked for you is Tutti Frutti. I don't know if it's in stock though. How do you spell Tutti Frutti? Oh, it is! Oh, it's not. Do you want one that's in stock? You probably want one that's in stock, right? Let's see. What's in stock? Ow. Don't be cute. Let's see, what's in stock? Oh, Nuka. You like cranberry? Shut up. You know what? I was looking at this one after Nuka Grape. The sour cranberry grapefruit. The cranberry EXE. Sour cranberry grapefruit. I still haven't tried that one yet. But there we go. We got some options. I love looking at G Fuel then. Jasper, what are you doing? All of a sudden, there's this cat, and I thought it was a stuffed animal. Shabby, literally know you. Literally know you. Who knew Charlie was a basic white girl? Takes after his mother. Lobster, did I give you a kissy? Oh, no, my chat just messed up. Well, still. Mwah. Ariana on fire. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Oh. Oh. Hello? Hi, Peppa! What's up, Kari? Yo, welcome in, Raiders. What's up, Scout Spartan? Yo, we got 2 Spartans in chat. Hello? Cayman. Mwah. Kari. Mwah. Thank you guys for the forehead kisses. Welcome in, Raiders. Yo! Angel Queen. Hello, Peppa. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Shut up. Wait, Loki, was this, you had the bundle more and save, right? Because I think you got, like, you can get, like, 45% off if you did that, right? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hi, Scout. Yo, how was your stream? How was your Phasmophobia? Also, everybody go follow Peppa B. Peppa B. Please make sure you go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, puko, stretch, or drink. But, Peppa, if you have a moment, please let me know who your favorite character is in Dead by Daylight, because I'd love to play them for you after our Quanta Young game. Sable, I got you. Also, so, if you guys see Mira in chat, someone remind me to ask Mira, because I forgot to ask her. Is also back in stock, but they won't ship it to Canada. Well, that's right! Oh, that's right, because of the licensing or something. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys for saying hello to the Raiders. Also, I'm so sorry for the ad playing. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, that's right, Peppa! I haven't tried getting into a game yet. I'm still buying all the cosmetics for the character right now. Oh my god, I hope you had so much fun. Everyone go follow Peppa. Also, if you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Obviously, you have to order it to American's friend's house and we can send it to you. Right? She's not like that kind of AI, though. She's kind of like how Hatsune Miku is an AI, Chloe. That I got the Critical Role G Fuel coming Friday. Do you really? Oh my god, I'm so excited for you. We were actually literally just talking about that because mine and Hey Mama J's mine just shipped today. I don't know when I'm getting mine. The entity made her a human. As human, dude. Gonna dip into the shadows. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Guys, hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. If you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double give to the next person. Yeah, exactly, Loki. I think people and like I understand the confusion, but I think a lot of people see AI and they just go, "Oh, cancel! Oh my god, worst thing in the world!" And it's like for the most part, it should be. But there are AI like for example, when you're doing custom games in Dead by Daylight, you're going against AI bots, but you're not canceling Dead by Daylight because it uses AI, or like if you're playing Marvel Rivals, it uses AI bots. It's not the same as like Gen AI. You know, it's like they're not the same. So I think that's where your confusion is, and I think a lot of people have that same confusion, which is totally understandable because a lot of people are aware of how detrimental AI is. So you're not wrong, but the energy is put in the wrong spot. I guess if that makes sense. Also, Terrapole, let's go! Also, Danny, thank you for the forehead kissy. You want my Eevee? I got it from Target! I got him from Target. I got that Gengar from Target. I got this Frigolito from Target. And, I have a Dragonite as well. Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay, because I know it's confusing. Spades! Wait, is the oh my god, the ads are done. Yo! Danny, thank you for the 25 stream streak. What the hell? What the heck? Thank you so much. That's 25 streams that you could have been somewhere better. I'm joking. I'm really glad you're here. I'm glad you guys are slumming it here with me. Speaking of people who want to slum it with me, Spades, thank you for the raid. You could have chosen literally anybody to raid. You came here. Seriously, thank you so much. Also, Chaos Gremlin. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh my god, Angel Queen. Wait, Angel, who's your favorite Pokemon? Is it Eevee? Hi, Haku! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Hi, Chaos Gremlin. Welcome in, Raiders. Everyone tells Spades how hot and talented and handsome they are. Also, I will have to get you an Ada Wong game after my Quan Tai Young game. I have a Sable game, and then Ada. Also, do you know who Mira's favorite survivor is? I forgot to ask her after she raided, because I'm a bad friend. Because I need to play a survivor for her. Oh, also, Spades, I could play someone else. Yunjin. Okay, obviously. Okay, cool. I'm gonna do a tarot pull for you guys. If you guys don't like the tarot card, blame Moon Quartz. If you guys like the tarot cards, you're welcome. I'm gonna pull this card because every time I pull a card from the top, it's always like a repeat one. Cool Cam! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. The Three of Cups! You're entering a happy time in your life. You may reconnect with a long-lost friend, relative, or loved one. Or you may be celebrating something vital to you. Spend quality time with the people that you love. That's a good card. You're welcome. Not thanks to you, Moon Quartz. I'm joking. Oh my god, do your thing, Spades! Please, go get your post-stream self-care. Go take care of yourself. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, and wash your face. Oh, you're so sweet. I work at healthcare. While I don't like some of the ways AI is beaten up, but it's been useful in others. Like, we have a machine that helps diagnose diabetic patients in office if they, if they retinopathy, a serious eye disease that can if they have retinopathy, a serious eye disease that can cause blindness. So it's helpful in ways. I agree, yeah. But if you're using AI to, like, make a stupid profile picture that you could have gotten a real artist to do, then, you know. Derpy, thanks for my daily dose of dicks! Derpy, what colorblind are you? I couldn't remember the other day. But cool, Cam, happy Wednesday. Also, thank you for the shout out for Derpy. Almost just threw my phone. Derpy, thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, if I've missed anyone's messages, it's because I don't know how to read. Oh, that's right, Keenan. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget that. Cool, Cam. Did I do a kissy for you? Thank you for the forehead kissy. I love that shirt. Oh, my shirt? I got it from Shein. Red, green. I knew it. Okay, cool. Because we were talking... Fun. We were talking about colorblindness. I was like, my homie, my daily dose of dicks guy is colorblind, but I couldn't remember if it was red, green. The dicks is perfectly timed. Every dick is so unperfectly timed. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the raids. We've had Mira, we've had Peppa B, we've had Spades. Do you guys want to do a raid trailer? Okay, twist my arm. I'll be right back. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares.
What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with
Boobies!
the
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay in the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there?
Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl upstairs, crawl upstairs, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. But truly, thank you guys so much for the raids. Also, Chloe, if you're still here, 'tis not a bad thing what you said. We do agree with you. I just wanted to educate you and anyone else in chat that does get confused about the AI stuff. We're like, no one's. I just want to let people know it's like, you're not wrong for your feelings. You guys are allowed to feel however you guys want about certain things in the world. I just wanted to clear things up. Oh, you are. Listen, that's your prerogative. That is your prerogative, Chloe. No, please, get your post-stream self-care, Peppa. Please take care of yourself. Listen, you guys are allowed to have your own opinions, and I commend you for them. Oh my god! Raven! Raven, you'll be so proud of me. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what Vine you're talking about. Me, a popular culture reference. Also, Derpy, enjoy your stream, my friend. What are we doing? All right. So if you guys are just joining us, we are going through, and I'm spending all of the RXLs that Dead by Daylight gave me. We're going, I think, Lily, what did you say? Shopping spree? We are, we're buying all the cosmetics that we can for the new characters. I love this. Oh my god, no, it's so good, too. I don't know where I put it. I drank it, I think, twice last week, Escape. It's so delicious. I mean, you're not missing out. It's all right. This outfit's a choice. This outfit's also a choice. We're obviously going to buy it. Why is everyone's nose bleeding? You were the... Okay, in the last 7 days, you have to be, like, one of the, sixth or seventh person to say that their nose is bleeding. What is going on? Are you okay? 7 days. Because it's winter? Also, it's like dry. Okay. That makes sense. Not everyone being triggered by the 7 days. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah! The voting opens tomorrow for the Grimoire. I did add the extension. Did you guys see the Dead by Daylight Grimoire extension that they're doing? I have that on my Twitch chat right now. But we'll have to do that on Friday. When I stream on Friday, you guys can actually use the Twitch extension and vote on the Grimoire starting tomorrow, but I won't be live until Friday. Oh, you know what? Superpowers would be nice. Your nose hella dry. My nose has been bleeding every single day for the last 4 days. I have something wrong. I've had hour-long nosebleeds. Oh, that sounds really freaking annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Like, hopefully that's, like, you're okay. It sounds more inconvenient, if anything. This outfit... Okay, this looks like the male version of, Yui. Like, I just, from a certain angle, I just see Yui. Okay, hello, posture? This guy's got the Leon Kennedy posture. Are you kidding me? You guys see what I see, right? Like, I'm not one to, like, say anything about posture. My posture is ass. But, like, he does have a certain Leon Kennedy at 51 years old posture. Yeah, stretch it out. Stretch it out. You're an old man. The real nosebleed is the friends. Shut up. Hi, Lord Maiden! Nanami? Oh, I don't know who any of those people are. Ooh! Oh. Wait, where's that one outfit? Oh, it's down here, okay. I like the other one better. The red hair. But I'm obviously gonna buy it. These are $1,000? No, Chloe, I don't think anyone was, like, attacking you for you not liking Trickster. 1,000 buckaroos? Hell yeah! They're good fits, are they? I know, Escape. I know. Alright, before I spend any more monies, let's go back to... Oh, here we are. Were there new Trickster outfits besides Mina? I've heard buckaroos. No, just her. Not yet. Oh, I like the way you think. Not yet. Oh, I can get these! Thanks, behavior. Thanks for the money. I'm sure. I think Dead by Daylight is gonna know that she's like a money... What is it? Like a money pot? Is that the right word? She's a money pot. And she's gonna generate a lot of cash money for them. We love free moolah. Yeah, but please don't cancel me, guys. Yeah, exactly, Keenan. Oh, mobile! Okay. Guys, should I get these? I have so much money left over. I gotta make sure I keep, like, at least $1,000, though. Oh, really? No, don't cancel me. So, the reason why I say don't cancel me... Oh my god, look at this. So did anyone tell Slasher Bunny that this is on sale? So, the reason why I said don't cancel me is because the last time I made a TikTok saying, oh my god, thank you, Behavior, for gifting us the RXLs, people were pissed! And so... God forbid creators get benefits for a program that they applied and worked for. Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad that loves berries and cream. Yo, Ariane, that'd be huge. No, Mama J, I'm so sorry. Lily, oh my god. And people are like, I've been playing this game since release. And it's like, okay, well, what do you do with that? I've been playing Resident Evil since the first one came out. You don't see me crying because I didn't get anything for free from Capcom. It's like... Wait, really? Go back to the Charm Bundle. Wait, this one? Oh. Wait, how do I look at it closer? Am I gonna, like, download a bunch of viruses or something? A magnifying glass? Oh, here. Oh, okay. Oh, it brings up the All Kill trailer. That's so cool. That's dope. Ha! That's very cute. I didn't know that. That is so cute. Well, thanks for telling me that. The map offering does it well. Really? See, this is when people would be like, see, he doesn't deserve RXLs because he doesn't know everything about the video games he plays. I'm not saying you guys would, just people would. Also, hi, Nova Dragons. Nova Dragons, happy Wednesday. No, you're so good, Chloe. You are so good. You are, one might say, Gucci as a coochie. What? Okay, what am I doing? Something. Wait, no. Oh. Wait, hold on. I gotta go back to the store. Hold on, I'm not done shopping yet. Okay, let's look here. Did, Yoonjin get any more outfits? No. Oh, forgotten. Oh, that's right, Keenan. Okay. Well, sorry, I almost choked. I do have some leftover change. What do you guys think? Should I buy some Yoonjin outfits? Should I buy some Trickster outfits? Or should I do the Attack on Titan bundle? Oh, I think I saw people saying that, Loki. Yeah. Gotcha, okay. What should I spend the rest of my money on? Or should or I can save it. Go away, Jasper. A girly pop. Ugh. What should I spend my money on? What's up? Yup, yup. Yup, yup. Happy Wednesday. The Trickster bundle. Is there a Trickster bundle? I just bought this one. I'm a Gucci Coochie. What's up, Gay Cup? Gay Cup. Think of the forehead kissy. Happy Wednesday. Should we save it for now? Oh, wait, there's more. Oh, my God. Why are there so many Attack on Titan outfits? Cheese and rice. All right, well, I'll just save it then. I'll save it. All right, so we're going to pull up menu music for... Oh, no.
내가 부르는 노래.
분명 너희 마음에 쏙 들 거야.
Not you with the orange. Everyone say hi, Burb! What if I just sit in the lobby for the entire stream? Oh. Alexa, turn front basement light orange. You can't see my lights at all.
Okay.
Okay. Excuse me, miss. Are you hiding some cakes in those shorts? Alexa, off. Sorry, she was listening to me when I said that, by the way. Marshmallow! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Wait, no, Alexa, turn front basement light orange. Alexa, turn front basement light orange.
Okay.
She turned off my lights. My second book went live on Amazon. No way! Wait, shut up. I still have to read your first one. Are you going to put it in the Discord, or did you put it already? Weekly dev choice? Oh, did I miss that? Everybody say hi, Burb. Alexa. It's always listening. Fake Vecna achievement? What's the fake Vecna achievement? You were setting mine up? That's the plan. I gotta go get the link. I'm about to. Alright, bet. Slay. What am I doing now? Well, first of all, everyone's gonna follow Burpfanks. Thank you very much. Oh, I keep calling you Burpfanks for Burp 3D. Sorry, it's how many years has it been since you switched your name? Yo, Chico! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, fake. Okay, that's why you're saying fake Vecna. You know what's funny? You said fake Vecna, and I still went to Dungeons & Dragons Vecna. Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry. I just really enjoy the lobby music for this. I really don't want to, like, leave. Okay, alright. Alright, let's go. I gotta sneeze.
This doesn't feel right.
Alright, hold on. Sorry, can we just talk about this for a moment? I'm sorry, but can we talk about this moment for a moment?
Lizard.
Okay, sorry. I'm done. Anywho. Yeah, stay in the lobby forever. I know. I think Spades is saying D&D Vecna is the real one. I think that's what Spades is saying.
Lizard.
Let us pull up Eugen. there she is.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
This is nice. Oh, sorry, the leaves scared me. Okay. And then we're doing quantum. Stop touching my butt! Stop it!
Lizard. Lizard.
Stop it! Oh my god. One-handed Ginger saved up 500,000 channel points for mail time. Ginger, do you mind messaging moi for your ID, por favor? Oh yeah, his Twitch shirt is really nice. I would wear this IRL. His and Ace's and Sable's are probably my favorites. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna do him first. And then we're doing Sable, Ada, Yunjin. Moon, that's alright. It's a safe space. Holy! I don't think there was enough hype for Ginger for saving up 500,000 channel points. Can we get some dance emojis, some hype emojis, some congrats, shmutulations emojis? That is very, very cool, Ginger. 500,000 channel points just for me to send you a letter. That's crazy. That means a lot. Thank you so much for not only supporting me, but for supporting this stream to have had saved up 500,000 channel points. That is super duper cool. So, thank you. You're getting dinner now? Enjoy your dinner. That is very, very cool. Very, very cool. Thank you so much. I hope you like your letter. Should we put my Should we put my charms on? Holy horse. Holy horse. Let me get my kitty kits. Where are my kitty kits? There she is. There. It's a good fit. Well, oh, the Moray. The Moray is what we wanted to look at, right? Alright, are we ready? Everybody shut the French door up. Alright. I blinked. The foot. Me next. What? One more time. Oh, am I? Oh God! Holy! Yes, girl. Yes. 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 Very cool. Kill me, please. That was great. Oh, Spades, yeah, I'll wait. For a signed photo of you? No one wants that. Those thighs. Oh my god. Wow, this is lovely. She is lovely. Incredible. Alright. Well, let's put our channel points in him. Okay. Okay, wow. Holy! Alright, hold on. Add now to end a game. Love Mina Draconia. Oh, I'm feeling it. I am feeling the love. I have no idea what his perks are, so let's look at them. That cake. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I saw that, Kanan. I did see that. Alright, so actually yeah. Cause I redeemed everything, right? I knew this. There you go. Alright. A couple more. Oh, hello. Alright. That's it. Alright. Okay, so we have, at the moment, respectfully. We're back. No problem! Flow state. Whenever a generator is completed, earn 1 token up to 5. For each token, you bless and cleanse 9% faster, heal 9% faster, unhook. Wow. Oh, wait, I knew this one. I forgot that we played the PTB. Yeah, I like that. I really like that perk. When healing another survivor, you both gain elusive. Whenever you finish healing the obsession, you both gain elusive for 25 seconds. When the trial starts, you are less likely to be the obsession. Okay. 5 moves ahead. While you're in the killer's terror radius or chased by the killer, you see the auras of the 5. Oh, that's right. Like pocket windows. That's right. Okay. After you drop pallet, you start moving 50% earlier. Did they fix that? All right. Well, let's give that a shot. Sure. No, I like my brown ones. Nope. Oh, we wanted to be on that map, right? Alright. Chloe, for real. I think mostly I do the letters for, like, I've done the Valentine's Day ones, the Christmas cards, and things like that. The VIP fight is very, very funny to me. I actually don't even remember who has it right now. Who knows? But they've had it for at least for like a couple days. No, I don't blame you, Spades. I totally don't blame you. You are more than welcome to give them or not give them at your leisure. Then there's the do we? No, I think I deleted that channel in the Discord, right? Oh, yeah, because if a mod redeems it, then that means that for 24 hours it can't be redeemed again. Yes, I do know that. But chat might not know that. No problem, Spades. I await not being able to pronounce whatever you come to give us. Oh, you did. Yeah. It's like a multiplayer, right? Like you get X amount of channel points for watching, whether you're subbed or not, or even if you're followed or not. And then you get like times 1.2, I think, when you're subbed. And then the tiers go up. 2 times for tier 3, gotcha. 1.2, okay. Yeah, so it's 1.2 for tier 1, and then Mama Chase says 2 times for tier 3, which is pretty substantial. Pretty substantial. Also, I moved my creator thing over to the top right, so hopefully that's okay. Because I did adjust my webcam. Let me know if the webcam is good. Also, let me know if the sound is good. Now that we're going to get into a game, let me know if the sound is okay. And what do you guys think about the webcam? If you guys think it's a positive change, a negative change, or if you really didn't notice a change. It's okay no matter what you say. I want to know what you guys... I don't have to look at me. You guys have to look at me. So I don't care. Dragon Center Plays. Think about the forehead kissing. I was tier 3 to the channel for a year as a meme and got over 1 million. Holy! Over 1 million is crazy. Night! Enjoy your lurky turkey. Guys, I feel like it's been... I know. I feel like it's been 1 million years since I played DBD. Whew! God! Is it bad that I just want to vibe? I just want to vibe? Where's that one infinite loop? Oh, no. I don't want him. Well, you know what? I still have to mess around with my auras. Because I've never... Or not never. But I didn't really, like, mess with my auras. Oh, is this is Shaq, right? Yeah, let's do Shaq. Okay. Well, you know, as long as it doesn't look worse, I'm happy if the change is either a stagnant or a positive. Like, if you guys thought it looked bad, I would change it. But if you guys either didn't notice a change or you think it looks good, then I'm okay with it. Basically, what I did is I zoomed in because my camera is so far away now because it's on my prompter. I've been editing these all my clips and my videos lately. I was like, God, I really hate how my webcam looks. It's driving me crazy. And so I just kind of like zoomed it in. I just felt like there was like a whole just chatting scene in this little like webcam area. Also, these lights are so pretty. I want these lights IRL. Also, don't they kind of look like the lesbian flag? Like, I know they're not, but it looks like the lesbian flag, you know? Because changed, but I like it. You like it. Looks fine to me. Good. Okay. Good. What's up, Atomic? Atomic, happy Wednesday or Thursday, depending on your time zone. Do we want to do this, Jen? Where are they doing this, Jen? Oh. Did her Jen get done? No, Zarina's Jen didn't get done. Oh. Oh. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Oh, here's the infinite. Aw, shit. This is awkward. I didn't know that was gonna get... I didn't know that was gonna get blocked off. That scared the hell out of me. Okay, cool. Thank you, Chloe. Did they not look like lesbian flag lights? I was not anticipating. Oh, I did. I put blue aura, it looked like. I must have changed blue auras. I don't remember doing that. They do. Happy Wednesday. Thank you. Midweek check-in. How has everyone's week been so far? And what are we looking forward to this weekend? Hello, Zarina. Hello, love. I need to know what gen she had, like 99.9. I don't know if you guys saw, but her gen was literally 99.9, and I think it was maybe you know, DMS and got not popped, but Scorch Hook. I can't remember anything. No! Oh, do you think it's like a change of season sickness? Oh, this is Vecna, but in his like slutty little outfit. Oh, I'm sorry. Fake Vecna, as Spades calls him. Facna. The infinite was uninfinite. Ooh. Really? Ugh. What symptoms do you have, if you don't mind me asking? Uh-oh. Like, hopefully it's manageable. Stranger Things, yeah. A strange Vecna. Oh, look how fast the heal is. Yeah. That's nice. Oh, so like a classic illness. A classic. I kind of want to do this gen, just because it's the only gen I really know where it is. I'm gonna do it. Oh, look at this body over there just hanging out. God, this keyboard is so responsive. NB! Yo, NB, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. A1 that you can't say for sure what it is. Oh, okay, so it's just like regular cold. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Venus! Yo, NB, what were you getting up to? How was the stream? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Pixel Kitten. We are currently playing my first game of the new All Kill Revisited chapter for Dead by Daylight. So far, it's going great-ish, right? Only got one hooked once. Did you really? Oh my god, NB, are you gonna... Wait, was this your first playthrough? Oh, sorry, I was not looking. They both lost the throne. Wait, who has the throne of real Vecna? Oh my gosh, do you love it? Was it the best thing ever? I literally... It was your first playthrough. I cannot, like, stop thinking or breathing or dreaming about Requiem. It just makes me so happy. This Vecna is so smart. And so I need to do things that are not smart. Oh my god, Envy, please make sure woohoo, that you go get your post-stream self-care. Shit. That you go get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Oh shit, this guy is crazy, guys. Oh my god. I gotta drop this. I gotta. Oh my god. Where am I? Where is he? I'm sorry, I don't know this map. I've only played this once. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Guys, why would you finish the gens? No! Guys, please don't leave me. I have an adept to do. Please don't leave me. This map is stunning. Also, how is the volume? The game seems like really loud on my end. I want to play through. So, are you gonna try to get all the achievements, or are you just gonna play until, you know? Are you an achievement hunter? I'm trying to get all the achievements. I'm eating your favorite thing. Oh. Girl, no. Naughty Moon. Were you here for our discussion about the thing that's going on? Where is where is it? In Japan, the pickle Pepsi? Is that where it's gonna be? That's ew. Did you see the pickle Pepsi thing? I want to achievement hunt, but the no herbs or med injectors sounds awful. It's actually not so bad. I am doing my playthrough for the no injector, the no hemoglobin injector right now. I did on casual. I did the no healing playthrough. That one was it's UK. Okay, thank you. That one was stressful, but if you make... So, what I did, NB, is that I made health boosters. And health boosters refill your health without counting as healing yourself. Fun fact. Fun fact. So, if you do... I've seen people do the speed demon, the never touch the stuff, and the no hemoglobin thingy. Oh my god, not the face camp. I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I choose life. This is my adept. I kind of want my adept first try, you know what I mean? Or we can wait out the timer so he's not gonna like injure us. But the no healing yourself actually isn't as bad. Trust. I would try a pickle Pepsi. You don't have to. The thing is, because he has that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Woo! I don't know, man. And I really want my adept. I really want my adept. You had it in Canada like last year. Yeah, nobody got it because it sucks. Oh, but NB, if you need to go raid and run, please make sure you do so. Please take care of yourself. I don't know, man. You wanna go? Why is the timer not going down? That's good. I see no problems. The new map is so cool. I'm so glad they have a playlist for it too, like they did with the Five Nights at Freddy's one. Oh. Oh, they got it. But the thing is, like, he can, like, oh. He can hit us, you know? No way, though. No way they get out, but that Dwight's not making it out, you know? Oh, the Dwight is making it out. No way. Look at the exit gate! The exit gate's a subway! That's so cool! No, Dwight! Oh, Dwight, that's okay. We got our achievement. Yep, yep. Did I get my achievement? I did get my achievement. Yay. 0.1% of players have this achievement. First game, too. Not bad. I didn't do anything. The exit gate is so dope. I want to see what the other exit gate looks like. So, I've only played this map once in the PTB, and I escaped via hatch, so I actually didn't see the exit gates at all. Oh, is that why, Fawn? I don't know. Oh, so these were overlays that they gave the Dead by Daylight creators. I don't know if the gold tier got it, but I know it was in the it was an email, oh, not email. It was in the iridescent tier Discord. And so they gave us like Twitch follows, camera overlays, Twitch overlays like this. There's other ones too, but this one seems I think the best for my stream. And then what was I about to say? I don't remember what else, but they had, would you maybe be able to make it smaller? It could be a me thing. I can try. Let me see. Would maybe that be better? Does that look good? May chance? Yeah, I think the other one was where the V was. That looks good? Okay. Because polish never dries. You know, it's so funny that you said that. I literally just, for the very first time in my life, I put strengthener on my nails. So you guys see like how like shiny glossy my nails are? That's strengthener. I've never used it before. But it was either that or I was going to paint my nails. It's already chipped though. It's so annoying. No, Moon. No, I totally appreciate. Listen, I'm not looking at my stream, so I appreciate you guys telling me who do have to look at my stream. For telling me. Is that looking? Where's my music? Hello, War. Hello, Pillow Princess. I'm joking. War, I love you. Guys, everyone say hi to War is here. Boo has the stanky leg. Alas. Oh, thanks, War. Guys, War puts in the work, puts in the hours. Tick, what's hours? Guys, go watch all my YouTube videos. Because Ward put in all the work to do that. Ward put in the work to make sure that I had 2 different YouTube commands. One to go to my most recent short, and one to go to my most recent long form, so. Oh my god, I just realized I got a follow 8 minutes ago. Thank you for the follow. Interesting name. I'm glad that my names are, or my follows are anonymous. You're getting food? Okay, no problem. Get your food, baby girl. So what do I do now? I guess we just... Oh, here, let's blood web him. I guess we'll play Sable now for Peppa B. And we'll wait for the Ada game for Spades to come back, and then we'll do Miraz Yunjin. There's no such thing. Oh, really? Rosaria, that was my first, like, full game. I'm gonna keep playing it. Both you do gate? That is good to know. Okay. What are we doing? Sable. Sableye, where are you? Let's switch scenes because this music's probably better than what I'm listening to. Sable, where are you? There you are. What is this? Oh, these are the prestige reward things. That's cool. That you can like see your progress. That's neato. That's very cool. That's very, very, very cool. Wow. I really hate having like the red like little lights or anything. Like the red. Oh, are they all gone? Oh no. Like the red, you guys can kind of see it above my webcam. I hate this like red exclamation point stuff. Like I would love a clear all option because ugh, I'm so tired of seeing these red exclamation points everywhere. Get him out of here! They stress me out. You know what I mean? Alright, what are we doing? What build are we doing? Oh, this is the build. Okay, stop touching my butt. Stop touching my butt. Stop touching my butt. Stop touching my butt. This cat keeps touching my butt. Oh my god, I thought that was my username for a second. Trickster's Delusion. Is that the name of the map? No one ever. Whatever. I thought my name in game was Trickster's Delusion. I was like, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. They added a clear all? Shut up. No, they didn't. Did they? Oh my god. Don't go over here now. Oh, he's the worst. English! English. Mwah. They go with the forehead kissy. Oh, it's on. Okay, it's on the home. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ooh. We could get two. You know what? That's actually a really good discount. There we go. And it was technically free. So, thank you. Isn't there, oh, they give this to us? Okay, cool. I was gonna say, there's a free gift with purchase or something like that. Thank you so much, Fawn. Oh, that's right! The colors of the auras. That's right, that's right, that's right. Oh, okay. Is it accessibility? No, general. I don't know how to change it. I love Twinks! Cool, guess what? Chicken butt! Oh, in beta. Oh, here we go. Oh, the green is cool. Oh. Pink? Aww. Huh. I love you and I'm proud of you. Shut up. Literally know you. I love you so much. Oh, I hate Midwish though. Just joking. Hooked down survivors. And Jenna Widows. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know what I would want to change it to. Because I'm so used to what I have. You made them all pink? 89. That's 22 numbers higher than what it should be. Sorry, War. You made them all pink except the gens. What did you make gens? Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Are my follows working? That's the second follow I've seen, but I haven't heard a notification for. Did you guys see the follow alert? Did you guys hear a kitty meow? So I feel like my alerts are weird. You don't? No? So why are my follow alerts not working?
Lizard. Lizard.
Someone's getting banned. I'm joking. Oh yeah, doesn't something happen here if we do this gen? Oh my god, why are we already in... Holy...
Lizard.
Why are we already in the Tyrannius? Why are we... That was the craziest spawn ever! All 5 of us spawned together. Ah!
Lizard.
Someone's getting punished. Okay, I just heard a cat meow. Was that in here, or is that my follow alert? I can't tell. I don't know.
Lizard.
Ah, shit. Oh, there's too many corners? You gotta do the ricochet. If I say it, can I get banned?
Lizard.
Mods, you know what to do. Oh, that went kind of fast. Guys, I can't stop talking. I can't stop thinking about our Resident Evil Requiem. Oh well, don't you dare do that, War. Don't you dare.
Lizard.
Vamos. Oh, I forgot to do ads. Sorry, guys. Reloading Trickster. And now's a good time, because I'm pretty sure if you do it now, there's a blood point bonus for killers. For a whole stream? Ah, poop in my butt. Oh my god. Hold on, let me snooze this ad. I'm staying right here. I'm gonna finish this gen. Play tomorrow? Hell yeah. Cause ooh. Wait, don't come here.
Lizard.
Guys, I'm scared. Oh, he's chasing somebody. Oh, he's right there. He's like right there. I hear you. Why is this so long? Canada's fake. There it is. What's up, Chipset? Everyone say hi. F1 Chipset. I got stuck at work almost an extra half hour. Helping is really nice. Helping really nice retired late, so maybe I'll escape early tomorrow. Hopefully. You deserve it. Formula 1. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. War gets it. War's such a good girl. Guys, tell War how much of a good girl he is. Oh, you guys are good, submissive little viewers. Mwah! Yo, is that the Crypt set? So the raid alert works, but the follow alerts aren't working. Interesting. Yo, guys, everybody go follow Crypt! Yo, welcome in, raiders! Crypt, we're currently playing the new DBD chapter. How is your vampire masquerade? Welcome in, homies. Welcome in. Also, Crypt, if you have a favorite DBD survivor, let me know who they are, because I would love to play them for you. It is Sable! I'm going to do Sable, then Yunjin. And then Ada when Spades gets back. Ooh, Escape, that sounds super fun. What VR game are you going to play? Yeah. I think Kyle's a fan as well of Vampire Masquerade, I believe. I want to see what happens when I finish this gen. I'm Fawn, enjoy your lurky turkey. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm not gonna lie, Moon Quartz, let me know what you think, and then anyone else in chat too. But I know Moon Quartz and I think kind of similarly. Do we not feel super overstimulated on this map? Like, not in a bad way. Very cool. Love it. You have not played it yet? What do you think, if you've been watching? Because I'm glad I haven't been getting chased by the killer, because I am overwhelmed. Oh wait, Crypt, I missed your message. It is subtly gothic. Oh, we had a follow alert! I heard it! Oh, it's delayed. Okay. I see. My fave is Leon! Oh, I got you. I got you, baby. Oh. Alright, that guy's just... Oh, I keep hearing cat meows! Am I blacking out? I keep hearing cats! And those aren't my follow alerts! You recognize the stable from her booty? You get it. There is a lot going on, right? The control in VTM. What's VTM? I'm sorry, Fighter. I'm dumb. War. I just hear cats. Also, thank you very much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Also, Crypt, if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Ika, pika, fuka, stretch, good drink. Oh, Vampire the Masquerade. Gotcha. VTM. Now it makes sense. Sorry. I have never played it. I'm very lame. Wait, I want to help. I want to heal. I want to help. Where are we going? Wait, I want heal points, guys. Guys, I want heal points. Yay, I helped. Really? You won't see them? Well, then what's the point of having cats in the map, Chloe? Oh, look, look, look. There he is. Or there is Atomic Roach. What's the point of having cats in the map if I can't see them? Oh, you're gonna be annoying. I forgot about the zombies. Whoa! Oh my god, Yunjin! Yunjin! Sorry, I got scared. I'm gonna do a different gen. You can keep that one. I'll do this one. It is a lot. This area seems nice. This area seems not as stimulating. But, oh, he's back on Jackie's Corner again. I don't know what Jackie's Corner TV did, but damn. Really? I don't know if I own Vampire. The club. Yeah, just like how bright and lighty everything is. It is a lot. Can I heal you? Let's see if he'll chase me and leave him alone. Nope. Alright. Oh, glad I could help. He really only wants that one guy. Quan, right? Is his name? Quan Tai Young? Is that his name? Oh, he really only wants him. Oh, shit. Yeah, come here, I want to do stuff to you. Oh, both zombies are over here. Girl, you're so slow. Yeah! They'll put kitties in the Mori though. There you go. Oh, nice. Okay, nice. He's on me now. He's on me now. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'm good. I have conviction, so I'm good, technically. Alright. That would have been nice if I could have had that, so that I could have used it, but that's fine. He didn't know. He didn't know. Oh, no way! No way! Do I get out? Oh, I'm gonna... No! That's unfortunate. It went right through him. That's alright. I don't know if I would have made it anyway. I totally don't care if I survive. Because as long as the, Jackie's Corner TV gets out, because he's, maybe he's doing his adept. Yo, Remy, mwah, think of the forehead kissing. Yo, one hit. No, maybe. No! Yes! No way! No way! And then the Yunjin's right behind me. No way. How did he not make it? No way! With how aggressive he was on that Quan, oh my god. Holy, yo, can I suck your... Holy GG's. Holy moly. Jackie's Corner TV. I love you. Ay. For real, for real. Yo, GG's. Baroque! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. You made Popeye! You myself some leftovers. I'm happy with how good it still is. I bet. Does that help with your sore throat? I hope that does, because it's nice and warm. I cannot believe we all got out. I think he definitely... Oh, is my camera frozen? Oh my god, Jackie's Corner GG's! Oh my god, you're the GOAT, by the way. I don't know what other character said it, but they're like, you're the GOAT. For real, for real. Sorry, my webcam is it blurry? I can't tell. I don't know what's going on. But yo, GG's. Thank you for saving me. Also, Panda Monster. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, thank you for getting chased for 5 gens. He wanted you. Oh man. You were fighting for him. You really were. You really were. Even with his slow down perks and the zombies, I can't believe we still got all the gens done. You are the GOAT. For real, for real. Gee heckin' jeez. It is. I'm glad it's helping, Gay Cop. Oh my god, Gay Cop. Something super funny happened. Someone told me that you gifted a sub to them. And oh wait, you may have been here for that. Where someone said that you got gifted a sub from that one Gay Cop. And they're like, huh? That was my Resident Evil moment, yo. GG's and good luck next match, Jackie. Good luck, GG's. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Mian. Go. No, that was seriously. GG's, so much fun. You took a nappy nap. Well, good morning. Gay Cop wasn't here. Is that your guys' ship name? War is here, and that one Gay Cop. Oh, is that what? Okay, it was that. What about me? So you gifted a sub to somebody, and someone came in the chat saying they're like, I got the weirdest notification that one Gay Cop just gifted me a sub. I think they were just like taken aback by your name, but they just don't know you. They don't understand. Okay, so it did happen in chat. I love it too. It's very funny. Ah. This is really good. It's very refreshing. I do wish I had some lemon in there, though. Med check! You know what's so funny? Poor Kurtz is just thinking about that. I love it, though, Gay Cop. Invokes confusion. I like it. I love to leave people in a state of confusion. That's why I talk about my penis a lot, because I don't have one. But people are always wondering what they don't know about my strap-ons. Man, I should have checked to see if my parents were in chat before I start joking about that. Oh, God! Anywho, unless it's massive! Wait, hold on. Let's see canonically what it is today. Respectable. Also, Kiki. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Don't oop my 28 inches. What do you got? What do you got, War? Bring it out. Okay, Moon. Okay, hold on. No one asked you. No one asked you, Moon Quartz. Alright? No one asked you. Present. That's the word I was thinking of. Oh, whatever, you hacker! Alright, let's do our Yunjin game. 23 inches? Ha! Guys, I'm gonna play around with my webcam a little bit. I don't like it. Jesky! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Hope you're doing so good, Angel. Wait, what is your... Oh, good channel point. Good channel point. Oh, they're going so good, Jesky. I've escaped 2 out of 2 games, so honestly, I should probably end stream now. And keep it on a win streak. I'm joking. But Jesky, how are you doing? How was your stream last night? You're so hot. What? Who said that? That's weird. Guys, do you mind if I mess with my webcam a little bit? I don't like it. I think it's too zoomed in. Do you guys mind if I like fix it a little bit? Hold on. It's too zoomed in. Too zoomed in. Maybe a little bit too zoomed. Do I like that? No, I did it the wrong way. Hold on. Sorry. Maybe if I do this. Is this better? I just hate it all. Why do people queef in secret? Who says it's a secret? Love the headset. Thank you, Kiki! Oh my god, thank you. It's my Razer... What is this? Razer Kitty Kraken V2 something. Why do people carry such shame? Well, chit, where's your queef? Also, you had a lot of fun. Good! Was it you that said that you were, like, looking for people to play with yesterday? I wanted to so badly, but I was so busy. I was watching. I think it was you that tweeted that. No, why can I not get my webcam to look the way that I want it to look? Sorry, I'm struggling. Don't mind me. Oh. Sorry. Guys, put your channel points in the prediction. Is that better? I just want the ears to be shown. Oh my god, Jesky, please. In the full screen, Rhino. Wait, what about a Rhino? You want to shout her out? Or you want to do a little slight little shout out? Only 19% bratty? Yeah, you should re-roll that. Also, Dweeb, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, thank you, War. Guys, everybody go follow Jessica. Wait, what build do I have? Flippy floppy, conviction, no mither, soul guard. Who the fuck put this build on? Who did that? Oh, I guess I am a brat. What's up, Reese? Oh, this emote is so cute. I love it. Ooh, 79? That's not too bad. That's a passing score. No! Oh, 15 inches? I'm not gonna lie, Kiki. I usually enjoy, like, a smaller end of the monitors, like the smaller size. But, like, when I think smaller size, I think, like, 20 to 22 inches. 15 inches, like, that's a laptop. Oh my god. I'm so sorry to hear that, though, Kiki. That's way too high. Aw. It's very close, Chloe. Yeah, Jesky, oh my god, especially when someone does, like, the random perks. Like, here, let's see, like, what I would have. Poised, Urban Evasion Technician, Dead Hard. Okay, that could actually have been fun. Alright, you know what? That's the build. Hold on. That's the build. Guys, I'm gonna try Dead Hard. You guys wanna laugh at Pixel for not hitting a Dead Hard? Technician! Oh, I get to spank my gens? I love spanking my gens. I love giving my gens a slutty little spank. You gonna hit that Dead Hard? Oh, okay. Guys, it's an ear F for it's an ear F for the Dead Hard, because I don't know. It'll tell me. Why does it tell me I have a message, but I don't? What do you mean? I don't know either. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out when I get hooked. Oh, man. There's no way TBD is going to be down again. No, Moon. It's actually, I'm glad that you are. Because I need to find your address. Is your address somewhere in our DMs? I was going to message you anyway. Mostly because I haven't messaged you in like 12 years, so you deserve a response. I'm working on it! Oh. Oh, look at the little ducky in the background. That's what the follow alerts are that they gave us. I can resend it. If it's in our DMs, it should be fine. Oh, War! I need to text you. Yeah, I did not do that. Alright, I'm gonna Alt F4 and restart the game. Do you guys mind? Okay. First song to play in our head. So happen to be the best song in the world. They gave us the charm, which is really nice. Oh, thanks, Slim. Slim, have a very good night. Everyone say good night, Slim man. Are the pups hiding? I only have Boo here. Only Boo. Charlie usually hangs out upstairs until I say the T word. T-R-E-A-T. Yeah, Boo is not in his usual spot. He usually is in that little hole right there, but now he's like hiding right there. Oh, guys. Oh, it's doing the thing. Oh, okay. I just want to say that I was joking about ending stream early and ending on a 100% win streak. I was joking about that. Gib Doggo? Okay, I can do that. I can do that. This is not for you. It's not for you, Muffin. You're so cute, though. You're so cute. No, it's not for you. You can't have that. It's too big for you. Boo is like at attention as soon as he sees the treats. Charlie! Oh, guys, they're so minty. Woof. Boo, wanna come here? The game is still trying to load, by the way. Charlie, do you want a treat? You were standing on the top of the stairs, weren't you? Do you like this one? Do you want to try it again? Up. Yeah. Not as good as the pumpkin spice, though, huh? You don't want to eat it down here with us? You a little shy? Alright. He goes upstairs to eat them. So cute! Thank you for the treats, Gay Cop. It looks like the game is loading. Do you guys want to take a shot? Oh, nice. Let's go. Alright, the game loaded. Why is my shot glass clean? That's weird. Did I clean this? It looks like there was liquor in there. Whiskey. Alright. What do you guys think? I'm gonna do a shot of whiskey? A shot of whiskey? Yeah, I saw that they posted on Twitter that they were having issues. Oh well. We're back in. So we'll do our Yunjinli. Oh, I wonder if I have to make that build again. Oh! Jasper almost ran you over. I know! Aya would be so proud of me, Ward. L'chaim. Salud. Oh my god, why is he so cute? Well, why are you so cute? That's not how you sleep in your bean bag. Oh my god, he's so precious. I'm gonna throw up. He's so cute. Ugh. Ugh. I love liquor. Unlurk, welcome back! Ugh. Shut up, Loki. No chaser? Chaser, you barely knew her. I wish I could take a shot. Oh, you want me to take another one? I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh, look who's back. I'm waiting to see if he starts begging. Oh, so cute. What's up, Alex? 20000000004. Okay, bye, Charlie. Oh, she said my name. No way, Alex! Congratulations. Handsome man. Oh, he heard you. Are we begging? Is this what we're doing? Is this a begging stream? So cute. He says there's treats on my throne. I don't think there's pumpkin ones on the throne though. You're so handsome. Who made you so handsome? Because it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, look at that ear. Yes, sir. Oh my god. V is cute. I think V is adorable.
Lizard.
Can I pet that dog? You can pet Boo. Charlie probably wouldn't like you. No offense, but he doesn't like anybody. Hello, 20 trillion and 20 trillion and 4 Alex. Is that what it is? 20 trillion?
Lizard.
That's why V is my crush. She's very cute. She's adorable. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, he loves his ear scratch. Oh, yeah, Little Gun. That's from the prediction. So you voted for the second option in the prediction. And then who did one? Yeah, so it's not like... Oh, Loki's in number 1. It's not like any like bad reason. It's just I mean, this is pretty bad. Charlie was abused by one of his previous owners, or a couple of his previous owners. I don't really know his history, but he was abused. We do know that. And so he is extremely reactive and distrusting of other dogs and people. He does not like people. So, yeah. Best guard dog ever, by the way. I do have to have, like, beware of dog signs, like, on my fence and stuff. Because, you know, he's a biter. Yep. But it is really nice, though. How long have you had him? Oh, God. Since 2020 or 2021. One of those. Been for a long time. So he and I are like best friends. He actually bonded very quickly to me. I think it's 21. I think so too. I think it's our shared trauma bond of being abused that he trusts me. All right, so we're doing our Yunjin game for Mira. Then we're gonna do a Leon game. Leon for Crypt. And then when Spades comes back, we'll do Ada. Yo, Benny! Trauma bonds, exactly. Benny situation. All right. Do not let me forget to do that once I get hooked / when I get out of the game. Do not let me forget to give you that VIP. Also, Benny, happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Midweek check-in. How has everyone's week been so far, and what are we looking forward to this weekend? Benny! Mwah. Think with a forehead kiss you. I hope you're doing so good. Oh my god, Benny. I think for my Cook Unity, they have discontinued or have like paused my like steak bowl that I get. My steak burrito bowl. Because it's not in any of the menus coming up, and the one that I ate today I think is my last one. I'm very sad. I'm very, very sad. I love Carlos. Oh my god. Carlos is great. Nothing specific I'm looking forward to other than a day off. Ooh, we love that. When's your day off? And are you going to stream on your day off? Leon! Yes, that's the one. Steak burrito bowl. That's what I had before stream. Ah, poo. Ah! 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 Girl. Oh, look at this palette. This palette's fun. Aw, shit. Who said unsafe pallets? I found one. Yo, I was peed. You good? No. I'm not okay. Looking forward to anything dope, but this week has been shitty. Little Gong. Hugs. Hugs for you. Oh, hi, Michael. Didn't see you there. Oy, shamoy. Alright, let me get the VIP. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Alright. Benny. Alright. Ah! Ah! Ah, shoot! Oh, I have Dead Hard! It's E! It's E! E is Dead Hard. Dead Hard is E. And E is with me. Okay, good. We split up. Ugh. I don't have a flashlight. Alright, dead hard. E. Little ignorant! Little ignorant. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Guys, I'm so scared. I'm gonna heal myself, actually. Do you guys mind? I think I'm like super far away. It should be good. Oh, I forgot I have urban. Oh, thank you, War. Oh, now I'm not gonna be able to heal myself because I'm stupid cum job pixel. Listen, I'm just upset. Alright, I can't be held accountable for what I say when I'm upset. Ah, shit! Chesky, no! I hate this video game so much. Keita, no! Wally? I've never seen Wally. Does he say E? Guys, I hate this video game. I hate this video game. Oh, my dog cam! My dog cam fell because I slammed my fucking desk. Save me, Leon! Leon, help! Leon! Eva. Because you weren't on the hook. Was you... What? What? Oh, was I not? It's also... this is what I hate about playing against stealth killers. They have to love going against streamers. Because I do not pay attention. Girl. I'm urbaning everywhere. This is the strat. This is the strat. I do want to get an E though. Wow, E! Was I really? Okay. It's so good. Well, am I gonna cry, Kiki? Is it a movie that's gonna make me cry? Girl, this is the strat. This is my strat. This is what I want. Oh, Wolf Dog? It's a banger movie. Am I gonna cry? I do cry a lot. Oh, here we go. Hi, I'm here. Hi, Carlos. Oh, wait, where is he? All right, he's all the way over there. Oh, Jasper, stop. I'm very tense right now. Should I spank his butt? Oh, look, someone's at a door already. Guys, I'm scared. Maybe a small cry? I need you guys to know how emotional I am. I'm a very emotional person. Heart in the sleeve. That was scary. I'm not gonna look at chat. Actually, hold on. Oh, that guy just left. Oh, he is definitely good as adept. Alright, I'm gonna open this door, and then I'm gonna save him. Oh, shoot nipples. They saved him, but that's fine. He's got super fast heals. That's right, the other door's open. He's gonna expect the other door. Just kidding, he's right here. Shh, door, shut up. Door, shut up. Door, don't say anything. Door, don't say anything. 10! Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Hi, Zombie! Zombie, you still streaming? Zombie, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Guys, go, everyone tell Zombie Magic how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Guy, that door needs to shut up. Wait, where are they? I'm a big baby. Lily, I am the biggest baby. I am the baby of the biggest. There is no baby bigger than me. Oh, they're out. Oh, yip, yip. Guys, this is my third escape today. This is my third escape out of 3 games. Guys, do I just call it? GG's. GG's, Tony. You're great! What is happening? Hello? God? You guys didn't see that, right? That was embarrassing. Welcome in, Raiders! You guys saw me escape, though, right? You guys saw me escape. Man! Mwah! They go the forehead kissing. Welcome in, Daisy Jordan, welcome in. Hi, Ivy. Hi, Mandy March. Hi, Sandskirts. What's up, Sage? Hi, Shay Rachel. I hope you're doing so good, Angel. What's up, Blake Oshie? What's up, Maverick? Yo, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. My name is Pixel Kitten. I'm currently playing the new Dead by Daylight chapter. Yep. You saw that? Shh. They're great. What's up, sexy Lena? Welcome in. Guys, you want a cat? You guys want a cat?
Lizard.
No, he's not a lizard. I got a cat.
Lizard.
No, he's a cat, not a lizard. So pretty, almost as pretty as you.
Lizard.
Hello, my name is Jasper, and I'm a special cat. I live in Chicago, and I don't know what rhymes with Chicago. I was trying to do that one Lola the Pug thing, but I'm not very funny. Guys, I just took a shot. It's my own rage, Daisy. If I had a nickel for every time that's happened to me, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? No, he's part Nebelong. Here, I'll type it. Neb-el-long. Think long-haired Russian blue. But welcome in, Daisy. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Also, thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on. But I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Oh, and then in case you guys aren't into cats. What the fuck is wrong with you? But in case you guys aren't into cats. Hi, come here. I need you for content. Hello. This is Boo. Boo is very happy to be here. Oh, I'm wearing lip gloss today. Can we not? Oh, okay. W content, thank you. He's how he pays his rent. Tell Boo he did a good job. Say thanks, Boo. Oh, and this, I slammed my desk and my dog cam fell. Oh my god. Guys, everybody go follow Daisy. Daisy, please make sure you go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch you a drink. I'm gonna play a raid trailer for you guys. Oh, did you really? Wait, Daisy, before you go! Can you tell me who your favorite survivor is so I can play them for you? I have a Leon game to do, and I have an Ada Wong game to do. And a whomstever you would like to do. Or if you have a least favorite survivor, because I'll probably die. I'll let them die. Thank you, War. Thank you. Also, hi, baby Chris. Sage! Thank you for the forehead kissy. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm sorry. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. Yikes! Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome.
Lizard.
I'm going to play a raid trailer for you guys. I'm going to play raid trailer pick number 4, my lord. I'm going to do that. But if you guys need to go raid and run, please go do so. Michaela, I got you. I got you.
Look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere. Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage. I'm sorry. It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Guys, I don't remember who redeemed the VIP last. Wait, thank you guys so much for the raid. But Mom, you know what? With how much he ruins my sleep, I deserve to wake him up for content. Right? Who stole the VIP last? We got Benny. Oh, it was Chilla. Sorry, Chilla. No more VIP for you. What's up, Jade? Yo, Jade. Think of the forehead kiss. I'll be doing very well. Chilla. Oh, I got you. Thank you, boy. Thank you so much. How'd you find that so fast? You're so hot. Oh my god, Step Bro. So, I just got this message after my last game. So, I've been able to play 4 games tonight. And then, I don't know. It's just, it's, oh, and Daisy, mwah, they go the forehead kissing. It's going in between. A baddie, a juicer, and funny, what can't you do? Are you talking to me? It's a... You don't want to start a fight with me. I will win. What is this game right now? I know. Should we try again? Should I take another shot?
Hi, I'm Pixel Kitten. I'm a full-time Dead by Daylight.
That was the wrong scene. Maybe I shouldn't take another shot. Whoopsies! Oh, yes, you! Hi, I'm Pixel Kitten. Get over here. You're ruining my bit. No, you! I like you. You're funny. Guys, don't compliment me. I'm gonna get a complex. I was gonna say a conscious. Oh god. I'm gonna take another shot. I'm gonna take another shot. Your card is so big. That's what the ladies say about my penis. I'm gonna take a shot of Malort. You guys mind? Jesky, no! Jesky, shh, shh. How many Uno reverse cards do I have? If I go through the entire deck of Uno cards that I bought, however many are in that deck, plus the one that I made. Oh, almost a funny number, dangos. You need proof? I left my strap on in my other basement. I've only had one shot, by the way. Just one. And I ate so much before a stream. Chug the bottle of Malort? Yeah, I turned into a scarf. Oh yeah, I also have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. In my other basement. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is a shot. This is a double shot glass. So filling up one is halfway is a shot. Are you gonna have Malort TwitchCon? I've had it for the past 2 TwitchCons I've gone to. So, I am going to go to TwitchCon. I'm going to say definitively, I am going to go to TwitchCon this year. Unless something horrible happens, like, to me or my pets or my house. If something in my house blows up, or if one of my cats blow up, or dogs, or if I blow up, then no, I won't go. But, yeah, I'm going to go to TwitchCon. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Seriously, I see every single one of my follows. I do have anonymous follows, so I won't, like, call you out in the stream. But I do see you, and I appreciate you. Seriously, thank you so much. Hey, so, you're right. You know what? Knock on wood. Gotta get on that passport train. I do bring Malort to every TwitchCon I go to. Also, an ad is about to start in 2 minutes. I am so sorry. Hello? Thank you for the Prime sub, Big Gaming 64. Enjoy your 90 Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the fudge? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, you're going because I have to meet you? I think allegedly we're going to stay in the same house, right? Hi, Spades! All right, cool. So I'm going to do my Ada game, then Leon, and then Michaela. I got you. All right. But yeah, 4 shots. This has to be about 4 shots, right? Thank you guys so much for the follows. What the heck? Guess what? Chicken butt. More, what? Huh? How old of a PC are we talking? Leon! Where we do Ada first, then we'll do Leon. Is it really? Oh, you know, I was so excited to see that TwitchCon was going to be in November this year. Because October makes it really challenging. Because my parents have to watch my dogs. And October is like a really busy time for my family, so... Cheers. I don't know why I'm drinking. I'm just drinking because I want to. YOLO. What? I like how it says, this is a rare community hype train. But this is their 3rd community hype train in the past, like, 7 days. What? Well, hey, guys, thank you very much for starting a hype train. Holy. Kodiak.
Boom shakalaka.
Boom shakalaka. Thank you for the 20 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Also, welcome back, Ground Zero. And what is that? So, depending on what tier of hype train we achieve, people, oh my god, people can get emotes even if they don't like participate in this in the sub train or the hype train. Thank you for the 10 gifted. You unlocked 12 emotes for chat. Keep leveling up. I can't read that. It says 12 emotes for chat. So I guess everyone in chat gets 12 emotes or something. I don't know. Or do 12 people get emotes? I have no idea. But people get emotes whether they're participating in the train or not. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs to Yum Sums, Candace Gardania, Mrs. Cuttlebug, Cat Zoos, Alessio on top, Mystic Swirls, Dead Fury, Awesome Boy 256, N7 Maxi, and Play Cry. Thank you for the 10 gifted, War. You know the drill. Also, Chip! Formula 1 Chip. Thank you for the 100 bits. Also, hi, N7 Maxi. Enjoy your subbie. Yo, War, let me know if you want a pink, an orange, a yellow, a green, a blue, or purple pussy. You're stuck here now for the next 30 days. You guys are my prisoners. We are a rarity. You guys spoil me. I don't know what I would do. You guys are just way too kind. No big gaming! But I need you to know that the Crimson Butterfly is my favorite Fatal Frame. It high-key, low-key is what got me into streaming because I found one of my favorite YouTubers because of his playthrough of the Crimson Butterfly, then found out that he was a streamer, so I started watching his streams, and then I started, oh my god, and then I started streaming because I enjoyed watching his stream so much. What the fuck? Was that 10 gifted? What the fuck? Alright, someone needs to ban Bravo Penguin, because what the fudge? But I started basically streaming because of the Crimson Butterfly. But I don't own it. What the fudge sticks? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs! Hello? Hello? Thank you for 10 gifted subs to Vault 20, Mortuary Kitten, a Silver Spade, said Loco, Damn, D Man Cal, Lisky the One, La Toulousaine, Rosie's Cafe, and Shrootsy's Rayan. Guys, I've been drinking too much for this. Holy shit. Okay, you said blue? Blue. Also, Oh, here we go. Level 2, percent of non-contributors, minimum 1 recipient. Levels 3, 10. Percentage increases with each level. Levels 11 to 14, percentage increase, continues to increase. Level 15. Level 15 is crazy. Up to 25%. 25% is insane. Okay, so a random percentage of, or a random people in that percentage will get emotes. Gotcha. Is it your birthday, Chip? Shut up! Everyone stop what you're doing and say happy birthday to Chip. Yo, Chip, happy heckin' birthday! What do you got planned to do for your birthday? Also, Quinny, mwah, think of the forehead kissy, and Leon's Bones, think we're giving something to PK Zenny, and Bravo Penguin! Bravo Penguin, let me know what color kitty cat you like. If you like pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. We got blue for war. Holy, guys, I'm gonna start sweating. I'm gonna have to take another shot for this. You know what's funny? Before stream, I was gonna be like, guys, if we have a level 5 hype train today, I'm gonna get zooted for the last hour of stream. But I didn't say it, so technically I don't have to. Because I literally was thinking of doing that before stream. So I'm gonna hang out with a friend after stream. I was like, it'd be more fun if I was high. Yes, you do. As long as I'm in the category. And technically I do have it up, but the game is broken right now, Lena. But you do still get the jobs. Pink, I got you. We're really unlocking emails to the community. They made this with the people who have all the sub emails already. That is so dope. That is so dope. Also, thank you guys so much for all the subs. Thank you guys so much for wishing Chip a happy heckin' birthday, drinking and lurking streams. What are we drinking? Also, your last search in YouTube was me. Well, very much appreciate you supporting my YouTube, Little Gone. Truly. You make my day when you comment. Oh, Saxy Lena, you're good. Yes, you do get drops. The game is just, it's not letting me get into a game. Hold on, let's see if it'll let me get in a lobby. Oh, I can get into a lobby. Okay, cool. So, oh, actually, let's pull up Ada before I forget. But yeah, you do still get the drops. Oh, it's been like it all day, Ground Zero. They tweeted about it, but it's been kind of been going on and off all day. Oh no, Nightshade Jade, what concert did you go to? I'm so sorry, but I'm glad you got to go to a concert. Thank you guys very much for a level 6 hype train. What the fudge sticks? Did you really, Quinny? Oh, Quinny, you deserve this. I saw Spades. I kept checking because I wanted to go live early, and I kept checking yours and Mira's streams to see if I should go live or not. No way! Jade, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Oh, if you click on it, it tells you. So if you get to a level 50 hype train, okay, girl, that's egregious. Chill on it. Chill on it. What is our highest hype train? But you've unlocked 22 emotes for chat. So I didn't know you can click the hype train. Thanks for the follow. I do have anonymous follow sign, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. So I didn't know you could actually click on the hype train and they give you like a lowdown. So it tells you how many bits or subs to keep it going. And then you've unlocked 22 emotes for chat. Keep leveling up to give it. Oh, interesting. But 22 emotes are going out to chat with this hype train. That's so cool. Also, thank you very much for doing the predictions. Mods. I'm gonna start sweating. I'm gonna start sweating. War, thank you for the 6 gifted subs to Astarte the Moon, Evil King, Mashed Potatoes, Catastrophes, the Fox Variable, and Jesse Winchester. What the fudge? Am I just expected to go back to normal life? No, exactly. No, but literally, like, last second. It's the, oh, 27 emotes for chat. We're resetting the shot clock. Potato. No, but the potatoes, like hose, is so funny. Also, War, give me another kitty. Do you want another blue one, or do you want a different color? War is here, 13. I gotta think of funny ones. Bravo Penguin, God's favorite princess. Yo! Oh my god, there they are, the legend mashed potatoes! Yo, welcome in. Enjoy your emotes. Magically, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, almost as cute as you are, War. No, thank you for that delicious name. War, give me another kitty cat color. That's in the days of becoming a vocal stem. Mashed potatoes. Come on, Lord. Can I win? Yellow. All right, I guess I can do yellow. I'm joking. You're your first two pussies. Look how happy he is to be here. I was gonna make a sad cat, but I don't want you to think that we're sad. Look at this pussy wall! On a crazy train. Bravo Penguin's underneath Bravo Penguin, and War is underneath Little Ignorant. That's a lot of pussy. Said me never. You asked for quickness? Yeah. A little derpy? Yeah, I can make him look derpier. I want to see how much can I push this? How much can I push the derpiness? No, Little Ignorant, hold on. Which one was yours? Oh, yeah, the derpy eye. No, that was so good. I'm gonna try to go a little similar to this one. What's up, Photo Rose? Also, Photo Rose. Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh my god. You know what? He's perfect. Think of it as a Picasso. I took some artistic liberties with this one. True Shinobi! Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Listen. If you close your eyes and squint, it kind of looks like a lion. But, hey, thanks for the 6 gifted subs. You're hanging out right underneath Little Ignorance, derpy kitty. Oh my god. Put the eyes on its ears. Oh my god. Wait, Bravo Penguin. Wait, hold on. Oh, I can't. Hold on. Can I pull it off? There you go.
I can't believe my eyes, I must be dreaming.
Oh
Wake
my
up, Jack,
god,
this is
Baz! Baz, thank you so much for continuing to get the sub you got from that one. Let's go! Loki, I was literally wondering why does it look familiar? That's exactly why. That is 100% why. 100% is, it's not my neighbor. Holy! Didn't the train end? What the fudge? Wait, the train ended, right? It's still going. You're joking. You're wrenching the train. Thank you. Damn, this hype train has seen more action than I've seen in like 2 years. What the fuck? War, thank you for the 8 gifted subs, too. I'm gonna end stream. Thank you for the 8 subs to Panam, Amanda Lee Cosplay, Mermaid Goddess, Roy Hybrid. Oh my god, some amazing people are getting subs. What the heck? Chico Buho, Tinker Gel, Dust Gaming, and Norvon. Holy crap! What is happening? Do you like it, Legoshi? I like this this alert. Bravo Penguin, thank you for another 5 gifted subs to Only Kanan, Zerock the Immortal Octopus, Crypto Calamari, and Purple Aztec Orc. Edge of the Trade is crazy. It is crazy. You won't know balls. Octopus. Yo, Bravo Penguin and more. Give me some more pussy colors. Guys, I'm gonna have to take a crazy shot after this. If we do level 10, I'll take a double shot. Excuse me. Vest, stop it! Vest, thank you for the 100 bits! Thank you so much, Vest. I hope you're doing amazing. Also, if I've missed your message, don't know what, but it's because I don't know how to read and I jumped out of college. Alright, are we gonna do a competition of, like, how I can make the most cursed cat? Because I'll do it. I'll do it. Bravo, Penguini! Alright, how are we gonna do this? Oh my god, war. Okay. Everest! Yo! Everest Frost, thank you so much for the 5 months. Enjoy your 90. Goddamn. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Wait, King Help for DBD? Are you finally able to load in? Good. Good. How you gonna love? Wait. Okay, this one is so cursed. I actually think I got confused. I don't know if I can make one more cursed than this. Leon Smalls! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Arian and Fire, Lily Pelly, Cozy Queen, Shadow Havoc, and the Defiant Hero! Fast, thank you for the other 100 bits, I'm gonna punish you! Chip, I love this song. Alright. Leon's Bones, let me know what color pussy you like. Pink. Thank you. Purple. Got you. Alright. Hold on. Alright. I'm gonna make 2 really cursed. I'm gonna make 3 really cursed kitties, and you guys have to vote on which one gets the cursed. Which one is the most cursed. And whoever wins between Bravo Penguin, Leon's Moans, and War is Here gets to pick my... Gets to pick my shot. I come back to the word punish. Yeah. Alright, so let's see. Okay. Alright, let's do this one. And then we have... This is hard. It's hard to do this messed up. 36 emotes! Shut up. Okay. Hold on. This is hard. This is hard to do wrong. Oh! All right. All right. So what do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness.
Everest, what the fuck? Baba J, what the fuck? Bravo Penguin, respectfully, what the fuck? I'm really glad that I love this emote. Because... Or I love this, this alert. Because this alert we hear a lot. Still having your shirt on? Shut up, birthday boy! You take off your shirt! I'm joking. What the fuck? No, it's so funny. It's so funny. Fast, thank you for another 300 bits. Everest, thank you for 300 bits. Mama J, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Bravo Penguin, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. I know that you guys are like want to see gameplay, but I'm sorry.
2 months, let's
Mando!
go.
3 months, actually. Thank you for the 3 months. I know, Raven. I know. Just wait until you see these kitty cats. Thank you for the 3 months, Mando. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Gay Cup, thank you for the 100 bits. You guys need to stop. Also, hey, Mama J, can you let me know what color of pussy you like? Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple? This is getting really hard to make them... Shut up, English. Shut up, you know me. Green? I got you. I got you. Is it... Oh, I need to look at a correct cat. All right. Ears, eyes, whiskers. Okay. Okay. This is really hard to do, like, because I just want to make them right. No, so I'm gonna make, okay, so I'm gonna have a cursed cat for Bravo Penguin, War, Leon's Moans, oh, Bravo Penguin, Bravo, I need another color for you, and, Mama J, wait, Mama J, I'm so sorry, you said green, right? And you guys are going to vote for which one is most cursed. And whichever one is the most cursed, whoever wins gets to pick we'll do, because now we've unlocked 2 shots. So the first place and second place will have to tell me what shot they want. Hey, Mama J. Oh, Queen, I got you. I got you. All right. This is really hard to make them... Oh. Because I keep wanting to make them, like, correct, but we're making cursed cats. Alright. Alright, here we go. Oh, God. Ugh. Oh. Alright. That one actually came out kind of good. That one actually kind of looks normal. Alright. Alright. This is hard. Oh! Have a good night, Fast! Fast, thank you so much for the sub and for the bits. You are way too hot and tall and talented and handsome. I hope you're doing amazing. Guys, midweek check-in. How's everyone's week been so far? And what are we looking forward to this weekend? Jesky, thank you for the 100 bits. Raven, thank you for giving the sub to Gideon's Tav. What the fudge? If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. I had dropped out of college. Before I can stand... Remember before I forget. Alright, I'm trying to make them all look different, too. Alright, so the mouth is there. Where should the whiskers go? Alright. Wait, this one's actually kind of funny. Wait, this one might be my favorite. I'm not gonna say. So I'm not gonna skew the voting. Alright. So you guys are gonna have to vote. Now remember, we're gonna vote for 1, 2, 3, and 4, alright? Bravo Peg, I'm gonna do your second green one, but you don't get 2 entries. So I'm still gonna do your other green one. But this is from your other gifted subs, you freak. I mean that non-derogatory. Oh no, tape. Oh god, tape, oh god, tape, okay. Alright. You guys gotta vote. 1, 2, 3, or 4, okay? Alright. Now remember, these are cursed cats, alright? Oh, thank you! Okay. 1. Oh, here, you know what? 1, 2, That's 4. And 3. Alright. Hello? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Hey Mama J is 1. Leon's Mom is 2. War is here is 3. Bravo Penguin's 4. What the fuck is happening? Yo, DPG Devour, thank you so much for gifting a sub. War, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Is that balls? No, that's the smile. That's the cat smile. Oh, I just realized Leon's Moans is blocking Mama J's a little bit. Hold on. Oh, shit. This is hard. What the heck? So, buddy, I actually think Bravo Penguins is my favorite. Hold on. Bravo Penguins, I think, is my favorite. So, whiskers for the eyeballs. Eyeballs are the ears. The heart that goes in the tail is here. The smiles on the tail. The Bravo, that one's my favorite. But Wars is cursed. They're all cursed. But the Hey Mama J's kind of like looks like a bear. Like that one actually like looks normal. The balls on the tail. Shut up. Wait, how long do I have to hold this up? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, it's so cute. See, you know what? Mama J's ended up looking cute. You're right. No, it does look like a little, like bangs a little bit. Alright, I can't hold my arms up anymore. Oh, wait, hold on. Who won? Who won? Oh, 3! Nah, War. Oh, and 2! Okay, so 2, so War, and, wait, hold on. I want to vote for, alright. Bravo Penguin is most cursed. Oh, wait, there's a tie! Yeah, Mama J's, I made you too cute. I made yours look too normal, I think. Oh, holy, votes are coming in! Oh, shoot, votes are coming in! I'm too cute. Sorry, guys, no, but truly. Wait! Oh, someone's doing extra votes. I was like, there's not even that many people in here. Hold on. Alright, so... Alright, so Bravo Penguin. Oh, you're joking. Don't out me, Twitch. Ah. 10 less, baby. How do you guys want to do this? I'm only going to take 2 shots. Alright, you know what? War, Bravo Penguin, Leon's Moans, and Hey Mama J. Pick a liquor. You know what? All 4 of you pick a liquor. All 4 of you! And I will eventually do that shot throughout this stream. But I'll do 2 now. Guys, that's a lot of pussies. Also, War, you gotta pick another, color kitty. Guys, I gotta turn this fan on. I'm actually sweating. You guys are making me sweat my ass off. What the hecky? Thank you, by the way, so much, DPG Devourer, for the gifted sub. And War, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. I do not know what to say, or think, or do. What about with this fan underneath me? Do you guys hear that less? Maybe you guys hear it less. Malort Tennessee whiskey? Alright, cool. Ugh. So those are the first 2 I saw. So I'm gonna take a double shot of those. Peppa! I got you. Alright, so green for Bravo Penguin. Everyone say good night, Loki! Everyone say good night to Salted Loki right now. Tell Salted Loki how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. There's no way my mouse is dying. I literally, look. I literally just charged this fudge stick like 2 days ago. Yeah. Damn you. Right. Good night, Pepperdor. Kraken? Oh, you would say that. Moonshine? I don't have moonshine. Do you want whiskey instead? Oh, that's smart, Spades. Stop it! Bravo Penguin, thank you for the 100 bits. You have moonshine? A level 11 hype train. Is it really? Holy shiitake mushroom. So, did everybody get choo-choos, choo-choos? What's up, Japan Banks? Japan Banks, happy Wednesday/Thursday. No, Loki's go to bed. Say goodnight to Loki. But seriously, Bravo, think of the 100 bits. Wait, War, I already forgot. Oh, you said purple, okay. You did not get chosen, but people did get them, right? Panda Pants! Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. So, 50-something people got emotes from this? Give treats! I got you. Japan Banks. Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh no! Japan Banks, I'm so sorry. I know you've been here. Oh, Laura got one! Oh, Laura, you were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. I love you so much. I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth. What? Oh my god. Kyle, you're so hot. Shut the front door. Alright. Boo? Alright, I'm gonna give him the TREAT too. Alright. So per request, the first shot is gonna be a double shot, and it's gonna be 1 shot Malort and 1 shot Tennessee whiskey. I don't think I've ever done this. I literally don't know what to say, except yeah, I'm gonna do it together. They're the first ones I saw, so because of you, Mama J, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I'm joking. But thank you so much for the level 12 hype train. They are, Mama J. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Well, I'm not going to put Kraken in a double shot, and that's what Bravo Penguin picked. What if, as a treat to yourself, you didn't poison yourself with Malort? Listen, if I am poisoning myself with Malort, it's way too late for me. It's way too late. Why are you guys so worried about Malort? Why are you guys so worried? Oops. I'm joking. You know what I should have done? Was what you guys were saying earlier, where I just chug the rest of this bottle. Japan, exclamation point Malort. Do it. See how many empty bottles I had, like, a year ago. It has grown exponentially since then. Also, Japan, because I live in Chicago, right? Or Chicagoland area. And my brother and I go to the Malort Crawl every year. And so we go to the Malort Crawl, we bar crawl, and have a bunch of different, like, Malort-themed cocktails. And it's so good. Malort is brewed in the finest. Yeah, the finest prison. See, you said finest, not the worst ones. I'm gonna drink from the worst prison toilets. I have standards. Thank you, Raven. It's the taste. Listen, I have G Fuel to wash it down. Also, I have Tennessee whiskey to mix with it. And honestly, I'd rather mix it with Tennessee whiskey because you're the only 10 I see. Ladies, panties off. Better than Kraken. That's worse than Real Moonshine? No, it's not. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. They're on the floor. Yes. I love ladies. Guys, happy Women's History Month. No, it's funny. This mixed together is just going to look like the same liquid. Oh, Jessica, you're such a good little girl. I need to stop. Raven, what the hell? What? You can't say that? Maybe I should take this shot and say it. Mine are off too! Hi, Mysteries! Hi, Mysteries. Oh my god, Ground Zero, good luck! Good luck, good luck. I'm gonna take the shot first, hold on. Alright. Stop. Be nice to me. Does bra count too? Well, yeah, I mean, you play at the nipples. I'm so sorry. War! Oh, really, Shinobi? Damn. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Enjoy your lucky turkey, Shinobi. Oh my god! What's up, Flashcode Gaming? New season time, I got gifted a sub here, but did not come back here until now. Welcome in, Flashcode Gaming. We're so happy to have you here. I'm so sorry. I am cursed. Oh, wait! Mysteries! Look, 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 look. Me too! Biggie Balls! Not to be confused with Biggie Smalls. Fuck yeah! Oh my god. Biggie Balls is wild. Boy, you have to pick another liquor because I don't have moonshine. The Buzz Ball! We got big balls together. Girl. Girl. Hold on. I gotta make Bravo Penguin and War's other pussies. Are you really Japan? Wait, that's actually probably really good because if I were a bartender, which by the way, I would love to be a bartender. But if I were a bartender, I would just want to drink the entire time. So maybe it's probably a good thing that you're allergic if you have like the same lack of, what's the word? Or I got you, homie. Lack of self-control like I have. Really? See, I thought that when I used to work at a pizza joint. So a pizza joint was my first job when I was 15. And I thought that I would never want to eat pizza ever again. Nah. If anything, it wanted me to eat pizza more. I loved it. Oh, you're gonna like this one. No, Chicago has plenty of moonshine. They have like, oh my god, this is so cursed. Bravo. Bravo, wait, are you here? Hold on. I need to see, Bravo needs to see her new cat. Because it's bad. It's really bad. There's actually like a bunch of different moonshines. Okay, hold on. War, I'll show you yours in a second. Oh, Chicago! Let's go. Wait, hold on. I had to give it Thanks for the gifted subs. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. Alright, what do we do for wars now? I'm so sorry. War, I hope you enjoy your kitty. Do you like it? Meow. Meow. Shut up! Meow. Shh. Oh, Bumpy, no! Bump the jam, bump it up like the jam is bumping. I love Puppy so much more than you. Bumping. Bump it up a little more. Get the party started on the dance floor. You say that I love Puppy more than you. Oh, a place to stay. Get your beauty on the fun tonight. Make my day. So, anyways, Jess Bumpy, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I'm crying, actually. Hold on. My eyeliner's not waterproof. Hold on. Thank you so much for the raid. What the fudge? What's up, Blaze Rob? Welcome in. Bumpy, how was your stream? Oh my god, so yeah. Was it tier 3 sub, 5+ gifted, or thrown gifts, and you go on my wall. I put your name on a pussy, and you go on my wall. Mysteries. Hi, Crazy Kirby. Hi, Bumpy. Listen, Bumpy, I'm making cursed cats for my wall, and this is the most recent one, where instead of the collar being on the neck and the face being on the face, it's opposite day. So, I'm crying because I've been drinking, and I'm laughing, and it's good. It's good. Don't worry. It's good. Holy. Everybody go follow Bumpy. Bumpy is... Okay. So, fun fact, Bumpy.
Hello.
I might be talking too much. Don't interrupt me. I'm joking. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I've been drinking. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Care Bear, welcome in. Shut up, Bumpy, stop. Oh my god. So, Bumpy, I'm gonna tell you a secret. And it's only because I've been drinking I'm gonna tell you the secret. So, don't hold it against me. So, someone was asking, I was having a conversation with someone a couple weeks ago, and they were like, who are some, like, streamers, like, you have a crush on, or, like, you know, you got a little crush on, or, like, you would have a crush on. I named a couple streamers. I need you to know that you were also one of those streamers I named. Big lesbian crush on you! Woo! Okay, I'm so sorry, but, I did name you. I did name you. Bumpy getting bumped on! So, I just want you to know that you are literally so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome, and everyone needs to go follow Just Bumpy right now. Let's be honest! Do you like arts and crafts? I'm so joking. Okay, that was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. Okay. Rex! Mwah. Rex. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 Kizzy. Shut up, Japan. No one asked. I'm joking. I'm joking! But no, seriously, I did tell this person that I had a big old crush on you. Or, like, I would have a crush on you. Don't try to clip that! Don't try to clip that! That's insane! Immediate follow. Thank you, Jesky. Good girl. Anyways, thank you guys so much for the follows. Everybody go follow Bumpy. Bumpy, please make sure you go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, zombies, and fighting good. Mystical pickle. Should I have some water?
Pickle your thoughts and the answer will ferment.
Shut the fuck up. That's why pickles suck. Hi, Cake! I've only played like 5 games of DBD today, but to be fair, it's because DBD's not even working. Listen, Jesky, it's gonna keep happening. You know what? If Raven, of all of my mods, if Raven's the one that says more liquor... No, but Mama J, that was so perfect. Thank you so much. Listen, Raven is the voice of reason in this stream and in my mod chat. Like... Cause, like, you know, she's a mother, you know? So, shut the fuck up, Raven! That is so funny. Another word for drunk is pickled. That is way too funny. Okay, so... Oh, Bumpy! Wait, Bumpy, are you still here? Can you tell me who your favorite survivor is in Dead by Daylight so I can play them for you? Also, I'm so sorry. I'm so rude. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm sorry. I've been so rude and not introducing myself. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. I don't usually drink this much, but I'm okay. We had a level 12 hype train. I just grabbed the empty bottle, by the way. Oh! Bravo, finally get to open the new one. Did you really, Japan? Oh, I'm gonna get canceled. And incorrect. And the thing is, the fact that you are the voice of the reason you think it's incorrect just goes to show this community. Oh, no problem, Mama J. Okay. No problem. Wait, Cake, did you just wake up? I won't share it? It's okay. You can share it. Links are enabled in the chat. That's a clip just for you. Oh my god, remember the last time I opened that like a year ago in my old original one where I had to get like a screwdriver to get this off? Oh, it's so nice to actually like oh, it's so nice. It actually twists on and twists off. Bravo. Sorry, I choked. Was it really? You can share it if you want. I could go for a screwdriver right now, Shadowhawk. Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I hope you're okay, Shadowhawk. What's up, Blakers? Blakers, you were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. I hope you're doing so good. Definitely a big gay vibe, but Dami is crazy. Wait, you or me? Tall and handsome? You guys are all tall and handsome. They are gunners. These are the digital princess. Because I'm a princess. Unlike War, who's a pillow princess. I'm joking. I'm sorry. Shut up, Panda Pants! Guys, stop. Doing Amazing Girlfriend is probably nachos. Shut up. That sounds awesome. You're okay right now? Okay. Well, I hope everything's okay, Shadowhawk. I care about you. I'm delaying this pour because this is a really big bottle and I really don't want to mess this up. They're super cute. Almost as cute as you are, Marshmallow. Also, this is the box that they come in. Which is also super cute! Alright. Please, Keanu Reeves, make sure I don't spoil this. And by spoil, I mean spill. I just said the wrong word. Good girl. Thanks, Keanu. I love you. Oh, I'll find it, Japan. I don't know what that is, but I want it. Oh, my glasses? I said I'm afraid of Rare Raven a little bit because they give me Dami vibes. Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah, Panda Pants. Oh, you're right. I didn't say good girl to me. I said good... Did I say good girl to me? Yo, self-love. Guys, self-love. It's all about that self-love. Ha! Mama J had that effect on women. Ladies! Oh my god. I need to drink some water. Hold on. So this is Bravo Penguin's shot. After this, I still have to do... I did say good girl to me. That sounds all right. Good girl. After this, I have to do a shot of Tennessee whiskey. Welcome back, Dankos. I haven't been funny at all. Don't worry. I've been so funny. I'm so funny when I drink. It is the Toki Toki! You guys are all my good girls. So anywho, I still owe a shot of Tennessee whiskey, but I want to do that like in like an hour or something. What time is it? It's only 10 o'clock. Thank you for saving all the funny for right now. No, I actually wasted all my funny while you weren't here, Dangos, and I'm not going to be funny for the rest of the stream. Sorry. I've also been a little horny, too. What's up, Tena? Oh my god, Tena, welcome in. This is... Kraken rum. The strongest thing I drink that I own. Horny shot. I don't take anything less.
Lizard. Lizard.
I don't even care what my build is. I don't even care. I don't even care what my build is. I'm ready up. Alright, this is our Spades game. And then we have Daisy's game, which is Michaela. No! We have Crypt Zed's game, which is Leon. And then we have Daisy George's game, which is Michaela. And then we have Just Bumpy's game, which is... Question mark. Does anybody know Bumpy's favorite survivor? Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. I literally, I cannot tell you guys how grateful I am for the follows. Claire, girl, I got you. Thank you. Thank you, Tenna. Also, Tenna, I hope you're doing so good. You're a smooth... I don't know that song. Shut up, Japan! Also, if you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I'm petting my cat right now. But, like, not in a weird way. Look in there. Belly! Aww. Crimson Desert? I've heard of that! I've heard of that RoboFish. What is that? If I can get a key for free, I'll do it. Flat! Shut up! Mama J, you're not supposed to be funnier than the streamer. Mods, take her out. Mods ban. I've heard being called daddy. Oh. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good doggy. I'll go home. Yeah, stay where you are. I'm joking. Oh my god, we got into a game! Oh my god, I saw this name Crimson, and I thought it was Crimson. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna look at my build. Hold on. What is the build? We're keeping it no matter what it is. Oh, that's fine. Alright, that's my build. I'm sorry I've been drinking so much, guys. I don't want to talk about it. I blame you guys. For the... How... Wait. Wait. What? Thank you for the level 12 hype train. Shut up. I have Pepto-Bismol. I have Pepsi. Shut up. Guys, stop being funnier than me. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I just checked my viewer count for a second, because I was curious. Who are you people? Why are you here? Are you lost? Are you okay? What is happening? Did you really? Oh, on Hawkins? Oh, hell yeah. Wait, what? Who were you playing? Trickster? Oh, mods, thank you so much for that. I got a fresh bottle of... Girl, what do you have? Someone help. Elastic, help me. Have a good night! Everyone say good night to... You guys know who that is. Wait, what the fuck is Gaviscon? That sounds like Kangaskhan. Oh, that's a Pokemon! I was thinking Kangaskhan like the person from history. Is your name Hank? Oh my god! Fuck! Shut up! You were so sweet. I hope you're doing so good. Guys, happy Wednesday / Thursday, depending on your time zone. Thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out with me. That's Spades, yeah. Genghis Khan. Hell yeah. Oh, dramaturgy. I have therapy tomorrow. I don't think we have a date tomorrow. I'm joking. I hope therapy goes great for you. Guys, wait, hold on. Chat, what is your favorite flavor of moonshine? Go! Shut up, Japan. That's so funny. Oh my god, do I need it? How, do you go once a week, Raven? If you don't mind me asking. How many shots have I had? Has anyone been keeping track? Wait, really, Raven? Really, Shadowhawk? Shut up. Orange creamsicle? Oh, okay, Zero. Welcome back, problem child. You know what? At least one is I shut up bi-weekly. Okay. Okay. Oh, another nemesis. Interesting. Lilgon, do you know what flavor that is? A white lightning? Butterfly pea flower. That sounds way too fancy for me. Basement! I'm hoping he'll see this gen get done and come for me. Hold on, I want him to see me. He did see me. Oh, I screamed and got the pull. Interesting. I didn't know I could scream and get the pull. I'll take it. Hello, love. Would you like me to rub your bum? Oh, my bum. You like it? Guys, I still need to cosplay Lady Dimitrescu for you. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I just have no clue where that cosplay is. I bought it and I have no clue where it is. Lady, we should run. Wooga! But I do want to re-cosplay, like cosplay again, Ada Wong. But I need to do Lady Dimitrescu again for you, or Lady Dimitrescu period for you guys. Whoa, what's going on? I have been great. I have been great.
Pissing all by
Shut
yourself, Hanson?
up! Thanks for the 69 bits. Oh, I've seen tea of that Panda Pants, actually. Raven, I'm gonna ban you. I'm joking. Guys, you know what? I'm drinking too much. My threshold of my, Kamoso, do you say, my filter is kind of like non-existent. Japan, I think I should put that in the chat. I think I need to warn people that I'm drinking. Guys, I think I should put drunk by daylight in the chat. I call that well lubricant. Stop. Wait, we kind of match. Wait, look at us. Look at our sweaters. We kind of match. I also would call myself well loop. Guys, I think I should put loop in myself. Some of the monkeys given to me in entire class. Great teacher. The first name's full of page note. What is that? First name Spades, last name System. I'm gonna say this in my whole chest. What? What do you? Oh, wrong thing. Sorry. What are you getting? It is the new map. It is officially out, Remy. So what are we getting tomorrow, Spades? And what? My thick lube. I'm sorry. Did we stutter? My thick lubed creamy keyboard. Can I make that my new Steam name? Can we please get a screenshot of how many people responded to Spades? Is it like one of those AI videos where they have like honey keyboards or things like that? Thick and creamy lube. Listen, I worked and I managed an adult store for 7 years, alright? I've seen some thick and creamy lube. Actually, you know what? Listen, the filter's off. The filter is off. I used to sell lube that was called cum lube because it looked and had the viscosity of cum. And, we used to sell that. It smelled awful, by the way. But, yeah, so we used to sell that. What? What? Yes, that's exactly. Oh my God, Japan. Did you used to work for me? Yeah. That's exactly what we used to use. People we used to use it for. Also, a lot of gay people used to get it too. Good morning, Remy. Not you traumatizing the chat. I could do worse. I can do worse. I just met her out. Japan. I have no comments. I'm sorry. Listen, I've been drinking. I've had at least one shot. Sextures or something? I'm trying to remember. I don't know if I can remember what the name of mine was. Not mine. Not mine. Not mine! The one that I used to sell. I don't remember. Lena, I'm so sorry! Mama J trying to get a sponsorship out here. Aw, I am so sorry. Pixels, thick lubes, creamy chat. Oh my god. Oh, Remy, no! It was preserved in mod chat. Thank god. Oh, boy. Can I finish this gen before Jake from State Farm comes? Alright, there we go. Wait, Mama J, who are you looking to get sponsored by? The lube? I'll recommend you. I did notice that. A girl has needs. You know what? I'll give you guys a recommendation. So, as someone who has worked at an adult store for 7+ years and even managed one and got a lot of free shit, and I repeat, a lot of free shit. One of the breast lubricant brands, in my opinion, is Sliquid. S-L-I-Q-U-I-D. Ah, jeez. Sliquid, great brand, mostly natural, full disclosure ingredients. Sliquid, yeah, that's the brand. They have a bunch of different ones. Their hybrid is probably the best one out there. Stop! But yeah, Sliquid's probably the best out there. Followed closely by Intimate Earth, but I think they changed their name. I don't know if it's Intimate Earth anymore. Wicked's Jelly Hybrid. Wicked's okay. I'll say Wicked is okay. I'll give it a 5 out of 10. I'll give it a 6 out of 10. I'll give Wicked a 6 out of 10. Their flavored lubes are really yummy. But don't use flavored lubes for sex, guys. No, that's not a dumb question. Or not a bad question. For gay men, thick lubes. Thick, water-based lubes. Lube irritates me. Try Sliquid. Trust. I have really sensitive skin. Try Sliquid. Try Sliquid's natural line. Sliquid's pretty cheap. $26 for like an 8-ounce. Not 8-ounce. I lied. Well, you can get them on sale. Yeah, Sliquid's intimates are really good. From my experience. Everyone's different, though. Oh my god, yeah, so typically women dislike... What? Typically women slash AFAB do not like warming because we already are like warming, but men prefer warming and women prefer cooling. Really, Shadowhawk? Honestly, I haven't been noticed. I've literally only been looking at chat this whole game. Give the old hawk to it? No, no, no. Oh, sorry. Missed that. I'm so sorry. I'll stop talking about this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I literally... So, the reason why I'm so, like, cavalier slash, like, I don't give a fuck about this conversation is because I used to, like, literally sell these products for a living. Like, this was my... I used to do this for 12 hours a day, you know? Just selling lube and selling other things. So, I totally understand that, like, this... is probably like really gross. People are really like freaks people out. I totally understand. I'm realizing this and I'm so sorry. I will stop this conversation. I will stop this conversation in chat. We will move on. I am so sorry, loves. Oh, I just want to win. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad, guys. But I'll stop. I'll stop. Let's play DVD. Ew! Do I accept that message? I can't see it. Hold on. Men do like warming. I'll allow that. Good to know, Panda Pants. Oh. Oh, like me! Don't worry. We're gonna go to the infinite. Nah, we'll stop. We'll stop now. Oh, look at the donkeys! The donkey! Ah, cheater. Whoa! Well, this door should be open now, right? Thank you, homie. No way. I haven't died a single one this entire time. This entire stream. What is happening? Gabby! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. I don't know if it's changed. I don't know. How many people lived? Here, so you guys can see. I think 3 people. 3 people lived. Ellie! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. GG's. Guys, ads now, no ad in game. GG's. Not bad for someone who's been drinking. I can see that, Spades. I can see that. Alright, that was our Spades game, by the way. Next is our Leon game for Crypt Zed. Leon! That Fungman skin is so pretty. It's almost as pretty as you are. Yeah, Remy, go ahead. Do it. Yeah, 3 people lived. I still need to explore this map some more. Panda Pants, I love that, though. I love that for you. My virtual husband, my IRL husband. Did you guys see his wedding ring? I'm joking. Oh my god. War, is that Spades? Is that you? Oh, they were probably out of treats then.
Did you know my screen name in Overwatch was Area because everyone who knew me at the time told me I looked just like Zaya?
Oh, really? Yo, Panda Pants, thank you for the 4 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add free view and your sub badge. Oh no! Oh, Mama J. Wow, what? Awesome boy! Mwah. Thank you for your first forehead kissy. Oh, Spades, I still need to read your messages. I'm so sorry. I'm getting there. I did respond to a couple messages today, but I didn't get all my messages. All right. Should we do our last shot? This is our War is Here shot. Ugh. Tennessee whiskey, because you guys are only 10 I see. Thank you so much for the reset, Panda Pants. Truly. Is the ad over? Yeah, it's over. Hello. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Whoa, that is definitely more than a shot. Oh, God. It's a big old lesbian. Wait, really? It's not quite a double, but it might be a double and a half, or 1.5. A double and a half. Alright, that sound makes me sound like an alcoholic. Wait, what? I was just the ad for Monday 30. Wait, really? Oh, you know what? I think 2 ads might have played. Because now it says the next ad starts in 56 minutes. So sorry for the ads. I'm the worst. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry. I just won't sit here. Or I just won't sit here. I just won't do anything. For a minute and a half. Shut up! That was really loud. Japan! Did you know that you are literally so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome, and you're literally my favorite person in this entire stream right now? Myself? I'm a very good girl. There you go. Oh, Remy! Good girl. Alright, I'm glad that counted. Alright. Alright. Here's my 1.5 shot glass. Damn, yell at me. Oh. Alright. Alright, 1.5 shot glass. I just breathed. I just smelled it. Oh, I hate liquor. Ladies. Oh, this song is so good. What's my build? Oh, it's the same build. Alright. That was Tennessee whiskey, because you're literally Tennessee. Oh! Alright. Leon game, then Michaela game, then Claire game. Got it. Liquor, I just met her. Whew! Are you guys having a good night? Guys, 1's in chat if you're having a good night. 2's in chat if you're having a lousy night, and I won't take it personally. Just because you're having a lousy night doesn't mean I'm going to take it personally. 3, you're an okay night. Alright, 1's in chat if you're having a good night. 2's in chat if you're having a lousy night. 3's in chat if it's okay. I do love me a slutty little rosé, Remy. So you're having a good night. Look at Shadow's not having okay. Remy's okay. No, Panda, don't leave me! War, what does that mean? Good night? Good night? Also, I am readied up. I'm just waiting for the game. Good night? None of the above. You're my day. You make my day better for the stream. Shelby, you make my day better. Bumpy! Bumpy, is your favorite survivor Claire? 5 of titties? No, it's a shitty night, but I'm here. Shut the fuck up, shut up. Shut up, Floor! But it's a shitty night, but I'm here, so it's better. I'm sorry to hear that it's a shitty night, Logan. Shut up. 5, but 4 poofy. I'm gonna ban all of you. Oh, God. 9 months? 9.5 months already! Hell yeah. Alright, Bumpy. So, we have a Leon's game. We have this Leon game. And then we're gonna do a Michaela game for, for Daisy. And then we got a Claire game for you after that. Yo, Lena, sexy Lena. I think we're your first forehead kissy. Shut up, Raven. Is it the same ones that you had before? 4 months, or 4 years and 4 months? Holy. Guys, my 5-year partner anniversary is in like 3 weeks. What the fudge sticks? What the fudge? 5 years of being partner. Isn't that stupid? Who let me into the partner program and then gave me like a gift? Oh, blueberry. Oh, I would. Oh, man. I would fuck respectfully a blueberry cheesecake. Oh, I have to alt F4. Okay, bye. Feels like yap too much, guys. How are you gonna celebrate? I am gonna do a stream. I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do, but we are gonna do a celebratory stream. Thank you, Remy. That's so sweet. Perfect game, no bugs. November 27, 2021. That's huge. What do you want? Why are you so cute? Who said you could be so cute? Up. 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 Okay. Perfect game, no bugs. I'm huge! Shut up. 24 hours? Lena, I can't do that. I think my longest stream was like 21 or 22 hours. Panda Pants, I'm gonna ban you. I'm joking. All the music turned off. My longest is like 29. Ew, 29 hours? Ew. Ew. Girl. No. I choose life. Did you really, Lena? Oh, I just spit everywhere. It's alright. You guys liked it. Look at, literally. Yeah, being awake for 20 hours is terrifying. October 20th. So you've been here since before I was partner, Shadowhawk. That's a huge accomplishment. Lena, no judgment here. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna count how many shots. 6 shots. I've had 6 shots. Oh, really, Remy? I had an old account that was on the Justin TV website, but when Twitch bought it, I couldn't remember my password, so I made because my username used to be JulieXKitten. Whoa, doxin. So there's somewhere in the void is the account JulieXKitten, but I don't remember that password. So that account was just somewhere. And so I took the account Julie_Kitten on Twitch because I couldn't remember my password for Justin TV. And I changed to PixelXKitten in 2020. Shut up! Shut up! Don't check. You're right. Is that your name? Yeah. My name is Julie. Ugh, I know. Gross. This is okay. I actually like my name. I like my name very much. Shut up, Panda Pants! And yes. Wait, no way. I got the same Steve from last time. I got the same Steve. My family does call me Julie. But I do refer to myself as Pixel with my family. Hey, really? Cool. Who the fuck is Julie? Guys, I've been drinking. Really, Shelby? Well, now you know. Your family and your friends all becoming Panda? I love that for you, though. Selena! Oh, that's a beautiful name. Pixel's cute. I like Pixel. It's like Selena. I like that. I like Selena, though. Panda Rexpress. Oh, I love that. Oh, really, Remy? Yeah, so YouTube is great, but it doxes people really easily, and I feel bad. Like, I haven't streamed on YouTube in a while. Because, I'm sorry. But I have been uploading YouTube. But I always feel badly when someone comes from Twitch over to YouTube and they have their whole name on chat. It's like, oh god, no, I'm so sorry. Oh, no, Remington. Remington's a cool name. My name is Mama. Oh. My real name is War, hence the username War is here. Also, I think we're finally getting the game. Also, I'll have you guys know that I've lived 5 out of 5 games tonight. What the fudge? Have you seen my name because of my YouTube? I don't think I've seen your name, no. I think your name on YouTube is a little gone for life, I think. Shut up, Jasper. No one asked for your bitch-ass opinion. Did you hear him? Do you hear him yelling at me? Is a decent amount of people who know my real name. I don't even know if I know your real name. Wait, chat. Should I stay on this playlist, or do you guys want me to go to a different playlist? 1's in chat to stay on this map playlist. 2's in chat to go to the regular playlist that has all the different maps. So 1 for new map, 2 for all maps. Autumn! Oh, I love that. All maps? Oh, that's true. Oh, that's true. True, Shinobi. Lena, that... I'm not gonna lie, Lena. That is very high praise. Thank you so much. Also, thank you very much for the poll. Guys, tell the mods how hot they are. But, Lena, truly, thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. Oh, it's a Plagoo. I'm gonna try to not run towards my teammates. Oh, she's right on me. She left me. Alright. Good call, Raven. Good call. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. I love your name. Gaetano, which is what my... Oh, really? Little Gone. I want to say that I see Little Gone on your YouTube comments, but I could be wrong. Oh, I'm dead! I didn't even notice. No, Lily Pilly, I love your name. Welcome in. Really? Oh my god. Lena, that is very incredibly high praise. Truly. Thank you so much. Daddy Leon! Leon, help! Oh, she has scorch hooks. You see how she's like avoiding everything in her mother because, yeah. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. I really appreciate everyone for being here. Be nice to me one more time! Be nice to me one more time! No, you. I need you guys to hear that. Guys, don't be nice to me, I'll come. Dying Light, Plaything, and Thana, why aren't you healing me? Yo, Lulu, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. You know what, I'm gonna find this Plaything, hold on. Oh, not going that way. Did I really look on? I would smash Remy. Real AF. AF, real. Guys, I've been drinking. I've had 6 shots tonight. I need to remind you guys, I'm a lightweight. Wait, hold on. You guys want to see him throw up? You guys want to see Leon throw up? Are you guys into that? I'm not, but I'm not going to freak your funk. Ew. I mean, if you guys are into that, good for you, but like, ew. Yucky. 2? Okay, I'll go to... Oh my god. Did you... Thanks for the money! I'm joking. Thank you so much for those brand new sub! Yo, sexy Lena. Thank you so much. Are you shit-talking my mushrooms right now? Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view it, and you so bad. What the heck? Thanks, Mama J. 90 emotes! Guys, you will never get bored. You guys could use 1 emote a day for the next 3 months. And then you'll finally use all my emotes. You were so sweet. Thank you so much. What the heck? Am I being chased right now? Ah! Oh, shit! Oh, there's no pallet here. Shit! I don't think I make this. Oh, I make it. Oh, I don't make it! What's up, Rabbits Dragon? Welcome in! Fair share of vommies, that's true. That's very true. Damn. Sorry, guys. I don't know how to play this game. But I have survived 5 out of 5 games tonight, so...
13 months already, what? That's wild.
Spooky Dragon, thank you for the 13 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. That is way too kind. Thank you so much. Everyone say hi, Spooky Dragon. W resub. Wait, did you really, Japan? I didn't even notice. I'm not gonna lie, I have not looked at the game longer than like 10 seconds. I've just been looking at chat. Sorry. I'm choking. Now, what if I did this crazy thing? Hold on, I'm gonna cleanse over here because it's kind of far away. Hi, Tinky! Oh my god, Tinky, you are so hot. Did you know that? I love you. I was watching some streams tonight and I saw you in them, but I was lurking, so I didn't say hello to you. Oh, Spooky Dragon! Well, I'm glad you're here. I appreciate you for being here. Tinky, I love you. Hi, Dragon! Dragon, I hope you're doing so good. Penty, Menti. Oh, well that's gonna... Oh, well we know all of her perks then. We know every single one of her perks. Oh, it's gonna make me icky. Alright. How many months is the golden candy apple? What is... You're so hot, literally make out with me. What is a golden candy apple? Oh, you're talking about my sub badge. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was not reading. I was not looking at the game. Sorry. You're talking about my sub badges. The games have been great, Spooky Dragon. We've survived every single game tonight, except for maybe this one. I think this one we probably won't survive, but that's okay. We're here for a good time, not for a long time. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. Oh, wait. Why did I get nopers? I didn't even do anything. I'm 6 shots in! Extinct! Mwah. They go to the 4, I guess. Oh, so enjoy your lurky turkey, Lena. Truly. Yeah, the nopers, I didn't even do anything. Oh my god. Last time I got nopers from somebody was from some, like, really, like, shitty person. So, let's see who they were. Oh, I have no clue who they are, so. GG's! But the last time I got nopers from somebody, they were, like, a really toxic person. Oh!
I came.
War, this is awkward. We'll do it for the next game. Next game. We'll do it for the next game. Don't worry about it. We'll do it for next game. We'll do it for next game, War. Don't worry about it. Next game. Shut up. Also, do you guys want to go pee? I haven't peed all stream. And I've been streaming for... I almost said I've been peeing for 4 hours. I've been streaming for 4 hours! I have not been peeing for 4 hours. I'm gonna go pee. Tinky, shh. Also, I do have my Michaela game. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, War. I do have my Michaela game for Daisy. I know, Remy. I know. I've been putting it off, but I really do have to go pee. Shut up. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna be right back. You guys will be good, right? You guys are gonna be good little chat. You guys are gonna be a slutty good little chat, right? Slutty good little chat. Right back. 3 raccoons. Mwah! Thank you for the 4 I can see. He's giving me nopers. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Peep it. Peep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get Hatch. He goes into his power? And then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost and then I get the save. Or he's gonna— oh my god, she let go! Alright, now I get Hatch. On God, I get Hatch. On God, right? Oh! I'm not saying I know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight, but I'm not saying I don't know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight. This Hatch win brought to you by Gunner Optics. Use code PIXEL2025. I only had to sacrifice every single one of my teammates, but at the end it was worth it. Thank you, team. Don't talk about milk in front of Sloth. That's a pretty sensitive topic for him. Hey. Hey. I'm funny, chat. I'm funny. Oh, God. Mink! Oh my god, if that hit me, I would have uninstalled. Best P ever! Yippee! Ah! Alright. Michaela game. What build do I have? I'm just gonna run whatever build my characters have already. Because my brain doesn't feel like braining right now. Hi, Jojo!
Lizard.
Who was lizarding the entire time I was pissing, by the way? Oh, okay. Okay.
Lizard.
Thanks. Thanks. I do keep my headset on, like...
Lizard.
Ah! Oh my god. Those are such cute emotes to look at. War, you're such a good little mod. Did you guys hear that? I'm gonna take that as a yes. Shut up, War. We're gonna ban you. If you're so mad, why are you purring?
Lizard.
Guys, do I take another shot? I wouldn't. I do want to take another shot, though. Wait, what about sticking around? It got your last drop? Well, hey, W drops, by the way. Oh my god, is 3 raccoons in a trench coat still here? I found your alter ego. 3 rats on a keyboard. What? What? What was I saying? Guys, I shouldn't take another shot, right? That'd be crazy. I'm wheezing? Wheezing! That's a Pokemon. My brain and I, are you drinking? I'm joking. Dun, 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 dun. Head against the wall. Dun, dun, dun. My mind. I don't belong here, something wrong here. From this afterlife, this time I'm right. On and on. Now I have to pee. You're welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. No way. Yo, welcome in. Yo, welcome in, Rain. Is that Koi J? Yo, you are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Like, literally so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. What's up, Steve from accounting? What's up, Gabriel? What's up, Smudgem Guru? Yo, how is your Pokopia? Am I saying that right? Pokopia. What's up, Love Bubbles? Oh. What's up, Montagonian? Hi, Koi J. Wait, I gotta follow you. Hold on. Don't look at your Twitch alerts. All right. Don't look at them. How was... Oh my god, your raid message is so cute. Shut up, it's so cute. What's up, Angel? Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Pixelkin. I am a variety streamer that plays a lot of video games poorly and streams on the internet. I also have anxiety, ADHD, autism... Anxiety, ADHD... What do I have? And autism! I'm sorry. I've been drinking. I've had like 6 shots tonight. I don't want to talk about it. I'm so sorry. Anywho, we're also playing some Dead by Daylight. Not very well, but we're here for a good time, not a long time. Dementia is crazy. But you're right. Anywho, shut the French toast sticks. Welcome in. Also, thank you for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Yo, Koi, I hope you had the best stream ever, but truly, welcome in. Also, I don't know... do you... Ah! A Twinkster! A Twinkster? Do you have a favorite survivor? Because I would love to play them for you. Obviously not very well, but I would love to play them for you. Whatever. As a way to say thank you so much for the raid. But if you guys need to go... If you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. And get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Truly, thank you so much for the raid. I hope your Pokopia was amazing. I don't have a Nintendo Switch 2. But I'm very peanut butter and jealous, but happy for everyone who has a Nintendo Switch 2 and Pokopia. I hope you guys are having the best time.
Lizard.
Oh no, Steve! Steve, I actually just had the greatest pee break of my life a couple minutes ago. Like, literally right before the raid. So you guys have impeccable timing. Oh, meow. Thank you so much for the follow! Ah! Welcome in. Why was he just standing there? Menacingly. But thank you so much for the follow. If you guys do have to get your post-stream self-care, please take care of yourself. You guys got to get your post-stream pisses in. Please do so. And now too! Got you. No, stop. I don't know this map. 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 I don't know this. Oh god, I don't know this map. I don't know this map yet. I don't know this map yet. But I have Widow's Opportunity apparently. I don't know. I didn't know my build. What? Ah! Girl! 88. I'm gonna get some ass after she was self-care. Girl! Sounds like it's literally in my room. It's because it is in your room. What do you mean? There's a little lizard in your room that you have to go find. It's probably under your bed or something. But seriously, thank you so much to the raid. I will get a Hanatsu game for you. But seriously, welcome in. Thank you guys so much. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much for being here. I can't tell you how grateful I am. Everyone go follow Koi J. So hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome.
Lizard.
I have been told his name is Hanatsu. Like, Hanatsu. I am so aggressively white that, like, I literally have no place to say what is right or wrong. But I have been told it's Hanatsu. But, again, aggressively white, I have no place to say. I do what I'm told, like a good little girl. Pixel's Lizard Lounge. Stop. Yeah. I just try to do my breast, and that's all I can, that's all we can really ask for. Well, oh, and then there's Fungmin. It's not Fangmin, it's Fungmin. I know that. I'm neon white too, literally neon white. My brother tells me I have a dungeon tan. Most Brazilian names started with an R. Treat the R as an H. Good to know English. Okay, cool. So there's the teach. Dungeon tan? Yeah. Thanks for the clip. Hey, non-mod chatters. I need a volunteer. Who wants to be the test subject for war? Raise your hand if you want to be a test subject for war. Dungeon tan is so funny. Yeah, he calls me a dungeon tan. I volunteer. Mama J. I'll do it. Oh, look, you have so many victims. War's victim. You have your pick of the litter. I don't. All right, you have your pick of the litter except for gay cop. I learned. Business is the reason. Everyone's gonna get timed out. That's alright. You know what? It's a good little mod. It's a good little mod. It does what he's told. Hey, I actually raised my hand. Oh my god, K-Cup, please. Skadoosh. I should have taken what the military taught me and not volunteer. Shut up. That's so funny. Oh my god. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. You guys are giving me wrinkles because I am smiling so hard that my cheeks hurt. And like my upper cheeks, not my lower cheeks. But if anyone wants to make my lower cheeks hurt, I'm waiting. Oh shit! Guys, I forgot to change maps. I'll do it after this game. Smell harder. Pick me, choose me, love me. Oh god, I'm so sorry, love. Sorry, Angel. I'm going away from the gens, my bad. Sorry. Cover girl. I thought I was annoying you? No. No one's annoying me. I think I make it pretty obvious when people are annoying me in chat. So I will literally not answer you in chat. But just saying, if I do miss your message, it's not, like, personal. Unless, like, you're being, like, weird about it, you know? So if you guys aren't being weird, you guys are good. If you guys are being weird, then, you know. Stop. Hold on. Alright, he's chased somebody.
Lizard.
I think I'm annoying all the time. No, you're good. You're totally good, Remy. You are Gucci as a coochie. At least now you're not annoying me. I'm good. I feel like I have a pretty high threshold for people to annoy me. Have you guys met my brother? Ugh. I say that on the off chance that he's in chat. Shut up, Spades. I always have seaweed stacks in my house. You want to make this weird? I don't have a Chris Griffin voice, but I love Seth Crane. I love seaweed stacks. I always have seaweed stacks in my house. I tried these like teriyaki seaweed snacks, and they were so okay. I like the regular like salted seaweed snacks, and then like just that. Like I don't want to go teriyaki. So I got a 6-pack of that, and I was like, ugh, it was okay. Is that a weed? I'm calling the police. Sea free, shut up. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Spades. Spades, we're the same person. I prefer just the normal sea salt ones. I actually might have some here. I do. I do have some. And they're so good. But yeah, I got a 6-pack of this teriyaki. And they're okay, but they're too sweet. Wait, what accents do you have? Oh wait, the gen's about to get done. Wait, I want to go through the other door. We've only gone through the one door this entire time. Oh, here's the other one. It's like from a metro. All right, let's just stay right here. Shut up, War. Did it really? I don't think I've seen that episode. That sounds very funny, though. Not Herbert is Gandalf. That's crazy. Thanks for protecting me, Sable. Oh. Should we leave? Okay, bye. Guys, I have survived every game except for that one plague game. What the heck is happening? Alright, I won't leave. I won't leave. We're staying. We're staying. War, I'm a good girl. I'm staying. Someone say I'm a good girl. Irish, Scottish mix, Russian, Southern, Boston. That is a crazy mix of accents. Thanks, War. Poe, that's true. That's very true. You are not allowed to put ketchup on a hot dog. Oh, no. That Sable fucked around and found out. She must have done that on purpose. Because that Sable was right next to me on the door. She was right next to me. 3 left. GG's. Oh, really, Remy? Hi. What you doing? You're so cute. I'm not looking. I'm sorry. Go back. Oh, okay. Good boy. Oh, sorry. I messed up my dog cam again. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to, like, fix my webcam focus. Hey. Focus. Alright, you get blurry dog, I guess. I don't know. Wait, what's the pinned comment? My thick-lipped, lubed, creamy keyboard. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yo, Patch! Think with a forehead kissing. Hi, Irish Green! Irish Green, happy Wednesday. Magical chick! They go with the forehead kissy. Claire! Claire, and then Hanatu. I got it. It's all in here. Guys, who is Claire under? Is Claire under Rebecca? No. Is Claire under Jill? She's under Jill. Okay. Thanks, guys! Yeah, Bumpy, you would know, wouldn't ya? Yo, Gun Priest! Mwah, thank you for first forehead kissy! Also, 15 stream streak? Holy! Wait, what build do I have for her? Oh. Yeah, that's good. Capcom, Claire, and RE9 DLC, or we riot. Listen, I'm excited for the DLC. Thank you, War. I think we're gonna Jill. Claire and her Jill. I think I've had that dream before, and I think I've seen that on the Red Tube. Ah, yo, that neck crack felt so good. I've seen it on Reddit. I've never gone on Reddit. Am I missing out, chat? I feel like I'm not missing out, but then I also feel like I am missing out. What's up, Crotana? Crotana, happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on your time zone. Really? Or was it good, though? I'm not? I don't think so. But if I am missing out, it is what it is. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Wait, should I do a back crack? Also, I'm sorry, but if anybody wants to follow me on my socials, shameless plug. Guys, I've been editing a lot of stuff on YouTube. Go follow my YouTube. It's gonna be Thursday in 2 minutes. I still have another hour. Alright, back crack. Hold on. Everyone shut up. Hold on. Let's see if we can get a good one. Oh, that was late. Hold on. Hold on. Just one more chance. One more chance. Oh, it felt good, but I don't think it sounded good. Damn. Sorry, guys. It did feel really good. Also, again, shout out to Razer for the best chair ever. Oh, sure thing, Raven. I need to be lifted. Oh my god, my brother cracks a crack kind of nice. So quiet. It was pretty quiet, yeah. The first one sounded like... The first one was more poppy. The second one felt better, though. Alright, who the fuck is this? Which one of you stream sniped me? Which one of you guys stream sniped me? Come on, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Who did it? Ah, shit. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Sorry, Spades. What would I do without you? See, this is why Spades is one of my moderators, because they actually pay attention to things, unlike somebody. Hypermobility. Ah, can't relate. I mean, I'm double jointed, but like I could do like this weird thing with my fingers. Anybody else? Like, I could do this with my fingers. Does anybody else? Oh, shout out to Evie, by the way. Oh, and Mew. But can anybody else do this with their fingers? Like, what is this? What, ew, what does this look like? Take my strong hand. What does this look like to people? Can anybody do that? Am I weird, or can people actually do this? E.T. Photo is crazy. Queen, I'll be on for maybe another hour. I cannot? Oh, so I'm the weird one. Interesting. Shallow and pedantic. Oh, you're can scramping? I used to be able to, like, bend my thumb backwards. Like, everyone does, like, the bending the thumb forwards thing, and it's like, oh, it's so cool. But, like, I used to be able to bend my thumb, like, oh, hold on, can I do it? I might freak, if you guys don't like weird bending finger things, don't look. But I used to be able to bend my thumb backwards. Oh, all the way. Oh, I used to do all the way in the back, but I haven't done it in like 10 years. That was like the most I've done. And then you could do like the forward one too. The forward one I could do. But like I used to be able to like, oh, I can't do it though. I used to be able to bend my thumb all the way back. That's a hypermobility marker? Does that mean I'm broken or does that mean I have a superpower? Either way, I'm excited. Yeah, I broke this wrist before, and so when it was in the cast, I was immobile because it like immobilized my thumb, and I was so scared. Oh look, someone's got their Twitch shirt. Yo, we're so happy for everyone who got their Twitch shirts. We were literally so gagged for them. If you can do it without pain easily, it's hypermobility on the Batums. What the fuck did you just type in my chat, Spades? Definitely not a superpower for me. Well, I'm autistic, so I already have enough disabilities for one lifetime. As that one person in that one DBD chat said to me, pick a struggle. Tornado chasing? Shut up! Like on Steam? Ugh, that's gross! I'm good. Pick struggle was like the funniest thing that anyone's ever said to me. Outbreak? I need to see the new Twister movie. Okay, question. The new Twister movie that came out like a year or so ago, is it a remake or is it a sequel? Baton score. It's having one score does not mean you have the diagnosable condition. That's why an overall score base. I've never heard of that. It's a sequel! Okay. Look at Snap. Do I need sound? I want to watch the new one. Oh, but I have to catch up on all the other ones. Hold on. I have to catch... I'm 2 weeks behind on your Snaps war. Oh, I'm the worst streamer ever. Oh, sorry, love. Really? I went to high school with someone who was like a huge weather nerd. Like, it was so cute. He would post whenever like bad weather was coming. It was so cute. Like, I trusted him more than I trusted like regular meteorologists. Isn't that funny? Alright, it's definitely a stealth killer, by the way. If I'm on Gideon and I have yet to hear a heartbeat, it's a stealth killer. Do you really? Shut up. Really, Bravo Penguin? Well, War, you might watch my stuff, so maybe that's why. I'm sorry, I know, War. But to be fair, you're not the only one who I haven't, like, caught up on. You're not the only one. Everything has to be... I hit... Oh, it was a ghost face. Alright, time to kill myself! In-game. In-game. Guys, do I get canceled if I tell you that Ghostface is my least favorite killer? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to dramaturgy and I pressed R instead, like a stupid. Bitch. Oh, there's a medkit over there. Guys, I'm 6 shots in. You guys gotta be nice to me, alright? Wait! What the hell? He just runs through that like a crazy person! Oh, I see. He's trying to get his stun thing. Or not his stun thing, his, I must be like 99 with his power. What is he doing? I'm confused. Je suis confused. Oh, there it is. Yep, there's a 99. I don't make this, but I'm gonna want to. Hold on. Oh, hello, Nia. Oh, shit. You dig it! Oh, you're such a good little girl. Oh, that's why you got Twitch shirts, because you're such a good little girl. Oh, I got stuck. Oh, that worked out. I got stuck and it worked out. That's crazy. Oh, man. I'm not under a pallet either. How unfortunate. Oh, Nia, I'm so sorry, love. Oh, that's alright. I should have went for the pallet, but I knew I was going to make it. No, that Neo's great. That Neo is great. That's why she's got Twitch shirts. He's not a moth. Yeah, I definitely had to be 99 with how he was like face-ing those pallets. I was like, I am definitely 99 in his power. Hi, Claire. Yo, for real, agreed, Shinobi. Respect. All of our teammates we played with and played against have been really, really good, really fun. Been really good games today. Even the one game that we died in. Although I still don't know why we got no-bird by that plague. Honestly, I want to purposely stop snap streaks because snap streaks stress me out. Why do I not get saved? That's right, Ellen. You come and get me like a good submissive little girl you are. Yeah, I don't like snap streaks. They stress me out. An 80-day streak on TikTok? Listen, that is crazy high. Higher than I would ever get. Ooh. Oh, Devour Soap. Oh no. I don't know I don't know the lizard spawns. Aw, jeez. I'm not afraid of losing them. I hate them because people have made me feel badly for not completing them. I'm just like, I will literally stop sending you snaps altogether if you make me feel badly for them. It's like, it literally means nothing. Whoop, girl, bye.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
Oh. What?
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
Okay. Her name is Lizard!
Lizard.
Elizabeth the Lizard? That's actually really funny. That's fucking hilarious. We might get these gens done, actually. Lizard Beth. That's actually so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome of them.
Lizard.
I think we could get this done. And then Nasty Turkey could get their gen done wherever they are.
Lizard. Lizard.
I'll protect this one. Alright, I'll go get this guy now.
Lizard.
Nasty Turkey. Oi, boy. Can I take a hit for the Nia? Oh, this one's got the door. Where's the Nia? Oh, there's the Nia. Let's see if I can take a hit for her. Whoa, there he is! Alright, cool. I took a hit for you. There it is. I had no clue that he was there. Alright, we'll go this way. There's no pallet. That's alright. I don't want a pallet. Pallets are stupid. That's alright. Zarina's got us. Oh! I actually swore on God that I dropped it. That's alright. I'm under pallet. That's alright. Gamer gets out. Easy peasy. I'm not worried. Well, I'll crawl out, though. I'll stay here. I don't think I'll make it. I want to make sure that Nia lived, though. First world problems. Wait, who's gonna pick up? Me. Yeah, he's gonna pick up me. I would too. That's right. Yo, Boogie! Yo, Boogie, how could you? Yo, Boogie, I won't forget this. Alright, this is our second game we died. Yo, Shinobi, thank you for the bits! That's alright, Japan. That's alright. That's alright. A 2 out. That's alright. GG's. Oh! Nessie! Ah! Turkey crawled out! I will take a 1K. I will take it. Yo, GG's. And I got to save that Nia, too. So I'll definitely take it. GG's. Oh, not to be on caps. Devour, Pop, Pain Res, and Brutal. Hey. GG's! W, not too shabby. So that's only two games that we died in. Shinobi, thank you for another 15 bits. What the hecky? Alright, now we got to play as Hinata. Do I have a cursed outfit for Hinata? We should find one. A Twitch shirt. What builds do I have for him? Not really one. Let's see then. Also, an ad's gonna play. Why are you like this? I don't wanna. His name is, I guess if you were to spell it phonetically, it'd be Renato. R-E-N-A-T-O, but, the pronunciation's different. But, there's no way that you could have figured out how I was spelling, or how you just spell it from how I'm saying it. Which is, like how English said, in Brazilian, R's are pronounced as H. So it's Hinata, but it's spelled phonetically, like, with an R. Drama. Dramaturgy. Yeah, no, you're so Gucci. Gucci as a coochie, some might say. Guys, should I take one more shot? Oh my god, that was from the Detroit Become Human stream, right, Dangos? I think I posted that in my story, which is why it has so many views. But whenever I post someone's clip in my story, they'll get, like, the top clipper badge. So, more incentive for you guys to clip. Question mark? Also, enjoy your lurky turkey. Thank you so much for the bits, by the way. I really appreciate you. Everyone say goodnight to True Shinobi. Oh my god, I know exactly what ads you're talking about. Was it apartments.com or something? This watermelon with some salt is the best. Oh my gosh. I have some strawberries in my refrigerator, but I don't have any watermelon. Stretch! Let's do some. Oh my god. So I did some, like, crazy low. What are they called? Are you guys seeing cleavage when I do this? Hold on. There we go. I did some crazy low squats the other day. to the point where, like, my thighs were so sore that I couldn't even, like, walk down my stairs the other day because they're so sore. Because I was doing some, like, crazy, like, low squats. And I do squats every day. But all of a sudden, my legs were so sore because they were so low. Like, the squats are so low I was hitting. And I was like, dang. So I didn't do I didn't do any squats yesterday. He really is. Apparently he's like the nicest guy too, Raven. My friends met him. Alright, girly, I'm stretching. I'm not trying to pet you. I'm stretching. Did you really? Oh, Shadowhawk, I'm so happy for you. Yeah. I've never seen that. Oh, is that a tornado, Shadowhawk? Oh, yikes. Guys, should I take one more shot? What do you want, honey? What do you want, my love? Middle school Dangos thought it was funny. I hope middle school Dangos is doing okay. Do it. Yes. Oh my god, I forgot about College Humor. College Humor is a fever dream. A shot of water. You guys are a bunch of haters. Guys, what should my last shot be? Should it just be Malort? Zombie, I don't know what you're talking about. Middle school Pixel is just as cringe as she is in, like, regular life. You should do Kraken. I'm feeling alright. Do you see Jasper, like, trying to get pets? Pet the kitty? Come here. Come here. Jojo. Right here. Come here. I'm not bending down for you. Come here. Come here. There you go. I pet the kitty. Wait, what did you have to type 6 times? Cantaloupes! Ugh, I love cantaloupes. And he's so cute. Alright, we'll do a shot of Malort before the game starts. Your body will thank you tomorrow. I don't get hangovers. I don't mean to say that that's my superpower, but last shot of the night. Also, like, it's only Wednesday. Yikes! Woo! Alright, there's bitch! There's water in this G Fuel, that counts, right? I hope it's good. It's great. It is, Malort tastes like you're drowning in public, poop. Malort tastes like you're drowning in public pool water. And as you're trying to come up for a gasp of air, a truck drives by and its tires are on fire, so all you breathe in is burning rubber. So, oh, and also while you're in that public pool water, you were choking on a used Band-Aid. So, used Band-Aid, public pool water, and burning rubber, and that's what Malort tastes like. I am not sponsored, but I would like to be. Guys, tell Malort how I should be sponsored by them. I'm gonna turn off my fan. There you go. It also is not like vanilla ice cream. Exactly. Exactly, Raven. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Is that a reference to something? I don't know it. Moira Rose. Yes, look at. You should try it. It's definitely, for most people, it's a one and done kind of shot, but I do it for the bit. I hope so, War. Yes, look at. Exactly. Yeah, definitely a dare. Schitt's Creek. I've never seen Schitt's Creek. Oh, Catherine O'Hara, R.I.P. Girl, are we gonna get into a game or not? Oh, we got a killer. Okay, well, hopefully they don't leave. You love it? What's that one show I thought was super not funny? It has Chris Pratt in it. What's that one show with Chris Pratt? Parks and Rec? Yeah, I did not like that. That show was not funny. I will be having a shot Malort with you. Just one. Not even a whole shot. You don't have to take a whole shot. I hate Chris Pratt. Everyone has a lot of reasons to hate Chris Pratt. Number one, if Chris Pratt has no haters, it's because we're all dead. Chris Pratt deserves all the hate he gets. Catherine Hahn? She really? I'm still not, like, the biggest fan of her. I'm still iffy about her. Like, I don't hate her. I just think that her acting isn't great. Isn't he a Scientologist? I have no idea. Owen, look at my vest, Grady. Is that the newest one? I haven't seen that one, Spades. You haven't done shots in a while? Oh, Shadowhawk, what's stopping you? Alright, this is our Hanatu game for Koichi. Country. I'm joking. A huntress. What is this spawn? My window. You know she's gonna be like, oh, you took my window. You could have just not taken the window. You could have just not taken the window. You saw I was there. Spades, you should. You know this person's gonna bitch at me for getting them killed, even though they could have just very easily not taken the window. You could have looked at. They just have since then not been affiliated. What did you buy? Oh, that's fair, Shadowhawk. Literally, as soon as I stream. How does one stream snipe? To stream snipe, you ready up around the same time as, like, the streamer you're watching readies up, and that's how you stream snipe. It's just oftentimes looked down upon. Oh, did you really? On DVD? People use DVDs? I'm joking. Are we slugging? What's going on here? Spades, I'm the same way. And if that happens, I just be like, well, I'm gonna watch the movie anyway, so. That's how I was when I was doing my walking challenge and I was watching Lord of the Rings, or The Hobbit in the Discord. Like, 3 people showed up, and I'm really grateful for the 3 people that showed up in the Discord, but it was just, I was in my head, I'm just like, well, I was gonna watch it anyway. When was that? It was after a stream when I said that, when I told chat that I was going to watch The Hobbit after my workout, and I was just watching The Hobbit, an unexpected journey in the Discord. And there was like 3 people in chat, or 3 people in the Discord. Listen, if that person goes down again, that's not my fault, because they were holding shift. Thrift store! What's up, Carpamania? Listen. If this person gets mad because they were holding shift, that is their fault. Sniper. Eh. It's a good map for her. This is a good map for any killer. I couldn't care less about this game. As soon as she slugged the, I don't even know, the Yoon Jin, I think, and then she hooked the other gamer, I was like, I don't even care about this game. I'm doing great, King Hell! King Hell, how are you doing? I fully expect to be left, and I honestly couldn't care. If they save me, that's... Oh. Yeah, she was just trolling me. Alright, well then... So the Sable doesn't know about the... If they do it 3 times, they do save me. So I think the Sable is gonna troll. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm just gonna leave everyone to die. That's Spades, Dangos. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I'll leave them all to die. I don't give a fuck. The Yoon Jin was pushing shift while I went to go revive her. I don't care about any of these guys. They can all die as far as I care. I'm here for me and me only. 4 days of PTO this week? Oh, huge. What do you got planned for your PTO, King Hell? That's awesome. Very, very cool. That's awesome. Oh, I have Bond. Oh, that's great. But I have blindness, but... Oh, a happy belated birthday, King Hell. I hope you had the best game ever. Or the best birthday ever, sorry. That sounds alright. Happy belated birthday! Where are you hooked? Right up there. Alright. Oh, the Sable. The Sable wants me to get hooked. Oh, Sable, go fuck yourself. Plushy Polka. Oh. I don't know why this person's so mad. I didn't even do anything. Get better at the game, homie. Trey's. Oh my god! That's awesome. I love that for you, King Hell. You deserve that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the Yoon Jin went down. Like, ASAP. I don't know. I couldn't care less. I could not care. I was gonna let them die if they got hooked, so I couldn't care less. It is what it is. They're mad for whatever reason, and it is what it is. They can get me bad. I don't care. The Sable can be mad all she wants. She can also try to get good at the game too, but it might be a little bit past her pay grade. 3 milks! They just stay mad. They really do. They're probably the same. So, and I mean this in all the love in the world, but she's probably the same kind of people that only play Survivor and like bitch and rip on killers and say, oh, killers have this so easy and killers have blah so easy and this game is so killer-sided. I ain't gonna hold you. I 100% bet that if this person has a Twitter, if Plushie Polka has a Twitter, it is 100% filled with killer mains have it so easy, or oh, ghouls are the worst things ever happened, or blah blah blah. Give me blood points. Like, I'm sure that's in their entire Twitter thread. It's alright. It is what it is. For some reason, the Yoon Jin saved me. God bless Yoon Jin. It's alright. It's alright. If they want to be mad, they can be mad. Because you know what? I'm 7 shots in, and I'm having the. Are you talking about my hair? What's wrong with my hair? I'm 7 shots in, and I'm having the breast time of my life. And this Sable is probably throwing her controller at her wall in her mommy and daddy's basement. Oh. Is it making a W? Hold on. Oh, on God, I didn't mean to do that. On God, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, I'm 7 shots in, Eugene. Don't hate me. On God, I didn't make to do that. All right, I'm gonna lock in so I don't miss any more skill checks. Hold on, what did this Quan Tai Young do wrong though? Oh wait, do you want me to heal you, love? The economy is rough. That's true. No, it'd be really funny if this Huntress actually killed this Sable. If she like killed this Sable, I would laugh. I would laugh. I think my favorite part about this is like Spades is waiting for the Sable to come into chat after the game is over. I know Spades is just waiting. Spades is waiting. I'm joking. Go ahead and warrior. Oh, Spades, I know you very well. I left because I'm hoping that the Huntress Maurice her. Hold on. Aw, boo. For any of you people who are lurking, Sable, you are a feeble-minded grape. Sable, you are cursed. Your pillow will remain warm and uncomfortable. Darwin rolls in his grave to comprehend how your parents birthed such an incompetent bag of flesh. Do us a favor and spare us of your bloodline. It's a tragedy that I breathe the same air as you. It disgusts me. What happened to Sable? Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. Oh, here they are! Spades, here they are! Maybe don't let your teammates go second hook. You're trash at the game. Wait, hold on. Wait, Sable's on console. Let me read them for you. Sable, this is for you. Blossom Canoe, this is for you. Sable, you are a feeble-minded grape. Sable, you are cursed. Your pillow will remain warm and uncomfortable. Darwin rolls in his grave to comprehend how your parents birthed such an incompetent bag of flesh. For the record, this is not from me. This is from the chat. Or from the Lee Yoon-jin and Kwan. Do us a favor and spare us of your bloodline. It's a tragedy that it breathed the same air as you. It disgusts me. For the record, incompetent solo survivors. Picking up the perky on the ground rather than the perky on the hook. Well, clearly, I picked right. And clearly, everyone else in the lobby agrees with me. So, GG's. GG's besties. Is everything okay at home, by the way, Blossom? I hope everything's okay at home. It sounds like you're struggling a little bit. I hope everything's okay at home. I understand things might be rough at home, but, yeah, I'm thinking about you. I'm looking out for you. I'm the reason the killer is friendly. I hope everything's okay at home. I'm thinking about you. Just know. Trans girl next door. Mwah. What's up, She Happens? Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. She Happens. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Stay thinking about me. Learn how to unhook people. I will. But I hope everything's okay. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers for you. Guys, any prayers in chat for Blossom Kitty? Prayers in chat for Blossom Kitty? thoughts and prayers. Dankos, that was exactly what I was going for. Thank you. Oh! Chaotic! I am so glad that they came in, because I have not had someone be mad at DBD in so long. It's been so long. I really needed that, so thank you. They're not okay, but that's why we're giving them their thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Also, speaking of thoughts and prayers, we have caught up on our survivor list, and so we are now back to our king. Thank you for the prayers. I'm gonna need them if I keep solo queuing. It's a fun fact, I have been solo queuing all night and my teammates have been great. Maybe it's a you problem. Yikes! Thoughts for sure. Also, hi! Hello, sweetie! Hello, sweetie. I love you. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Everybody do the dino dance. Dino dance. Everybody do the dino dance. Thank you. This shirt is from Shein. Not the skirms bounce. You were literally the issue? I didn't see me getting hooked early on. I didn't get hooked early on. We do have to do an ad now. Ad now, no ad in game. Ad now, no ad in game. Chaz the beer is crazy English! Everybody do the dinosaur! There was another survivor in the game. No, I love the skirms bounce. The skirms has some of the funniest emotes. I love them. Oh, I only have like the smallest bit of G Fuel left. Oh, I didn't even ready up. Oh god, what's my builds, by the way? What do we do for the build? Blossom, do you have any ideas? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I just spit everywhere, but you guys liked it. It's okay. I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response. I literally can't. It's too funny. It's too funny. I can't. Jasper, stop touching my butt. I can't. Blossom, what's my build request? No mither and self-care? Ah, so you can see why you're the problem. Kaylin, shut up. I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth. Hi, Kaylin! Everyone say hi, Kaylin! You were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Oh, Kaylin, I hope you're doing so good, Angel. How do I not have any cakes on Ace? I'm doing so good. I have been having a lot of rough days recently, but I have also been having some good days more recently. And I'm trying so hard to not let the mania win and not let the mania overtake me and to just like gradually start coming back to the fold. But oh, I'm trying. I hope we're doing so good. Put some cakes. I'm doing Nia now because Nia has more Survivor cakes. Yeah, Dangos. It is what it is. Even if it doesn't feel good, I'm so proud of you. Listen, hugs. Hugs for chat and Blossom. If you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person because on God, it is just a video game. And you know what, Blossom, I forgive you. No, like seriously, like as much fun we were having with you, Blossom, like on God, you don't seem like a shit person. And I mean this, like on God, on Keanu Reeves, I do not think you're a shit person. Like honestly, it's like I have succumbed to like letting my emotions get me in the game. Girl, I get it. Sorry, not me assuming your gender, but you were playing Sable, so as far as I'm concerned, Sable girl. And it is what it is. You know what? It was funny. We had our fun. There's literally no, like, I have no ill will towards you. We had our fun. You had your shots at me. We had our shots at you. And you know what? It is what it is. Loves in chat. Listen, thank you for the follow. On God. On God. I have no ill will towards you or anybody in that game. If anything, I feel badly because I took that window for Yoonjin earlier. Let me sim Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves is my God and Savior. Spooky Dragon, have a good night. Everyone say good night, Spooky Dragon. No, you did not have to do that. No, no. Call your credit card and tell them you didn't mean to do that. Literally call your credit card and tell them no. Call your credit card and tell them someone stole your credit card and you not mean for that to happen. I'll take a shot for you. I'll take a shot for you. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Blossom, you did not have to do that. But listen, if I check my Twitch payout next month and it says 25 or however much, I don't even know. How much is 5 gifted? Like $50 million? I don't know. How many crypto coins is that? Think of the 5 gifted to Grandpa Havoc, Scoots McCoots, shut up, Onyx Wolf, and Lulu Velva and Boop Duos. Listen, think of the 5 gifted. Tankos, think of a gifted sub to Blossom. Listen, Ghoulish Yay! Ghoulishly, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, for the 5 gifted subs, you get a pussycat on the wall. Let me know what color pussy you like. Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. Blue? I got you. Hold on. Oh my god, there's so much happening right now. Hold on. Somebody start canceling some credit cards! Is it Nemesis? Or is it Whisker? Ah! You didn't want me? Aww. Blossom Kitty, do you want a kitty cat? Though, give me a color! Oh, you did pink. Okay, pink. All right. Everyone say goodnight, Blossom Kitty. Because seriously, like, on God, no ill will, no bad blood, no nothing. Literally all the love to you. God, I'm gonna start banning chat. I'm gonna end stream. I'm gonna end stream. Next person that gives me money is literally gonna get banned. But I'm gonna get a pink pussy for Blossom. I got you. War, let me know what color pussycat you'd like. Also, Ghoulishly, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Also, War, I should probably say thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Chip, thank you for the bits. And also, wait, did you tell me blue lights? Oh, I'm not paying attention. Hold on. So here for the chaos. Listen, it is what it is. All right. What'd you say? Blue lights? I think someone said blue. Ghoulishly, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Also, I think you redeemed a forehead kissy. I don't think I get a kissy. Mwah! You picked the color pussycat? You know what? I'm gonna do purple. Okay, blue? Okay, War, what color kitty cat do you want? Also, chat, I'm gonna have chat pick. Chat, what shot do I do? I have Malort right here. You love purple? I got you. Do you want Malort, rum, vodka, pink Whitney, or Biggie Balls? Oh, Dangos! Dangos, thank you for the $1 million. Wait. Somebody banned Dangos? Whiskey, vodka, Bacardi Silver. I don't have that. But I do have rum. I do have Kraken rum. Purple? Okay, so pink, purple, purple. I got you. Thank you for banning Dangos. Good little submissive mods. This is like our 10th nemesis tonight. Also, but like on God, the next person that gives me money is gonna get banned. Wait, you don't want heels? You want me to rub your ass? All right, I heard we're doing rum. Is that what I'm hearing? We're doing rum. You guys are a bunch of. I'm not a mod. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, bad streamer. Dangles! No, 69 seconds. At least 69 seconds. Ooh, why me? What did I do? Oh, pooped out a medkit. And by medkit, I mean toolbox. Leg. Who put that zombie there? That's crazy. That's crazy. Shit. That's crazy. That is the second time that I've been hit by a zombie tonight. Listen! Alright. Alright, so 1 pink, 2 purple.
Lizard.
No, it's all. Shut up, Poe. I'm so submissive. Yeah, you're a good little girl, aren't you? I'm sorry. All right. Oh my god, I gotta get more post-its. Oh my god, Nia, it's not a moaning competition. But if it was, Leon would win. Doing the pink one in this thing is crazy. What the heck is happening? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, good girl. Oh, I could do this. I could do this. Hold on. Alright. Oh, not Run, Lisa! I thought he would stay in the Yunjin. He did not. Who's he coming for? Hold on. And me, Hideo! Shit nipples. Oh! I forgot about the... I forgot about the whip. I'm a nemesis, and I forgot about the whip. Ha! Rootsy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright, listen. No, not the DC! Lisa! Lisa, choose life! Oh, she's dead anyway. Never mind. Please punish me. You want to go to the bad kitten corner? I got fresh charcuterie board. I actually did just buy some... What's it called? Prosciutto? Not prosciutto. We're not in college. Prosciutto. I just got some prosciutto like 2 weeks ago. So, if anyone wants some charcuterie... Oh, Rootsy, you were so fine. You were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. How are you doing? Also, midweek check-in, by the way. How has everyone's week been so far? And what are we looking forward to this weekend? Not the boards. Oh, I just realized that socket swivel and the... Ah, poops McCoops. Ah, poops goops. Oh, I'm exposed. Alright. Well, let's lead them away from the hook at least. Any payetas? Wait. Oh! He has bamboozle. I was gonna window tech it. Guys, this is gonna be my... third death of the night? Third or second? Second or third? That's right. I really want to take my shot anyway. GG's. That was a crazy game. Oh wait, hold on. Awesome Kitty 0. You can. War is here. I cannot be better. I cannot be better. Alright, you know what? If I had a nickel for every time that zombie magic is calling me out on my last shot, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? That was a fast game. Listen, all I wanted to do was do my shot, Alice. Alright? Alright, good girl? Alright, my good little girl? Let me get my derpy kitties. Why did this one come out kind of cute? Alright, Blossom's getting a business kitty. And they're going to have a pocket protector with pens in it. Okay. Just kill a bug in my kitchen and my back hurts so much to get a good look at it. It's either Biddle or a German cockroach. Who the fuck is a German cockroach? And how can I not have them in my house? Zombie, I'm not going to be live for much longer. Do you want to run like one game with me? More, that's how I read it. Or I hope you like your cat. One game? Alright, I got you for one game. Alright, Ghoulishly, what am I gonna do for you? You know what, Ghoulishly, we'll get like a normal-ish looking kitty. Ish. Oh, war. Oh, war. I hope you like your cat. I hope you like your cat. Also, I'll do one more shot. Hold on. Fruitsy! Girl, War, I hope you love your cat because no one else is going to. Alright. Blossom Kitty, business cat, with the pocket protector. Ghoulishly, semi-normal cat, which is a big old smile, just happy to see you. And here's more. Kind of looks like Squidward. What is this? It kind of looks like Squidward's nose. But, that's a smile. He's just... No! It's just really happy to see... It's not a dick. It's whatever you want it to be. And if you want it to be a dick, it could be a dick. You guys are the worst. Alright, next person that gives me money is getting my dildo up their asshole. Don't dot me. Let me get my wallet! That was supposed to be a threat! Hold on. Let me do my shot. As an incentive! Sami Magic, I have the biggest favor of you. Can I pee? Do you guys mind if I go pee really quickly? Because I know I'm only going to play one game more.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Who wants to get pegged? Bravo, Bugman! How big is it first? I got a couple. It's time! Leon's Bones, do you want to get in here too? Alright, we'll have room for one more. Alright, we'll do two more games. We'll do two more games. I'll take the biggest one. I'm not gonna say... I'm not that drunk, or I'm gonna say how big my dildos are. But I will let you know that I got them all for free. Leon's Bones is a great name. Would you believe that their last name was, or their last username was Winchester? Winchester Pendragon? Rootsy, oh my god. Do you guys want to get, like, possibly triggered? Okay, so I'm gonna tell a story. Trigger warning for suicide. Just so you know. So, take, like, 5 minutes if you guys don't want to hear this. Shut up! Alright, I've been drinking. Alright, trigger warning for suicide. Here's your warning. Come back in 5 minutes if you guys want to hear it. So, when I, like, tried to kill myself, what was it, last year? Or the year before that? I don't remember. I don't know. Life's a blur. Life is fun. I threw away all my sex toys and all my dildos because I didn't want, like, my parents to find it when they found, like, my corpse. We laugh about it now because clearly I survived. So and so I threw away all my stuff, and, like, I got this stuff for free, right? Like, I managed an adult store for 7 years. Do you guys know how much stuff I got for free? I also spent money there. But anywho, so I threw a bunch of stuff away, and I gave a bunch of stuff away. So if you guys remember that time when I was giving a bunch of stuff away, yeah, that was your sign. Jay! Shh! Jay! Shh! I'm telling stories. Come back in like 3 minutes. Jay, shh. And so I threw away, like, all my good stuff. But then, fun fact, in my garage, I found another box. And it was full of, like, really, like, expensive, high-end, like, I'm talking, like, $200 plus, like, vibes that I got for free from different companies. And so, I'm good. I'm stocked again. I didn't have to buy any more. But what we learn here is that I survived. The moral of the story here is that I survived. Yay, mental health. Yay! And I still have toys, so. Yippee! Guys, I'm aggressively single. And on that note, I'm gonna go pee. I am so sorry. I have been drinking. I'm glad you're still here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just lay me body in a pentagram of dildos. I could have done that. I could have done that. Hi, Frost! Hi, Frost. Okay, you know what? How long you on for tonight? I'm literally, I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna play 2 games, and I'm gonna end. Sloth, how much did you hear, Sloth? Sloth, I'm gonna go pee. You message me and tell me how much you heard. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I disabled raids. If you're gonna raid, I disabled raids. No one can, you guys can't raid me for the next hour. I disabled raids for the next hour. You guys, no one can raid me! But you know what we can do? We can tell everybody to go follow Frost. Guys, go tell Frost how hot, and like, I mean this in the most like, how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. No, you can't read me. I literally disabled raids. Also, I'm gonna go pee. So, be right back! Whoop! He's giving me no verse. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Peep it. Peep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get Hatch. He goes into his power, and then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost, and then I get the save. Or he's gonna, oh my god, she let go! Alright, now I get Hatch. On God, I get Hatch. On God, right? Oh! I'm not saying I know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight. I'm not saying I don't know a thing or two. Do we want 2 more people to join us? We got me and Zombie Magic. Who wants to play 2 games with me and Zombie? Also, last shot of the night. Zombie. Oh, Winchester, let's go. All right, we got 1 more person. 1 more person. Spades, check my pinned message. So what about the pegging is crazy. Hickeers! Hickeers. Hickeers, Zombie. I'm all out of G fuel. What do I do? Oh shit, did someone just try to join? Whoever just tried to join, send it again. What's up, Meow? Meow, welcome back. Have a good night, Shadowhawk. Everyone say good night, Shadowhawk. Thank you so much for hanging out. Also, I'm very proud of you for getting your 3 miles in. Alright, we got King Helen here. We have full lobby. We have full lobby. Oh god. What do I gotta lick to get this out of my mouth? Oh. Oh god. Do I have anything to lick to get this out of my mouth? I got full lobby, Spades. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Spades. King, I'll beat you. I'm so sorry. I'll lick it out of your mouth. Where are you? I'm waiting. When your text is coffee, exclamation point coffee. Where is my coffee? My fuck coffee? Guys, use code KEN to save money off of your coffee. I actually drank my medium roast yesterday. Not today, but yesterday. Thank you for saying goodnight to Shadowhawk. The stink bug jelly beans? Why would you wish that on me? Meow, I hope you're doing so good, by the way. What are you drinking that's darker? The last one I seen? That was the rum. The Kraken rum. Oh, sorry. Just saying its name, like, gave me the shiver me timbers. But what would they think about my dildos? But that's the thing! Look at, I didn't want my parents, like, to find, like, you know, my, you know, and then also find my box of, like, sex toys, you know? Like, one issue at a time. Yeah, King Hal! It's relatively recent, like, I don't know, December? November? Also, thank you guys very much for wanting to play with me. I'm gonna swap to a fleshlight really quickly. Do you guys mind? Oh! Meow! These are the Kraken. Hold on. I'll tell you. Oh, I'll tell you. Hold on. Alright, maybe not. Kraken Kitty V3. I don't know. No, don't die! All 4 of us will live, I promise. She has her priorities gay. Also, I'm sorry if I've missed anyone's message. I dropped out of college. I don't know how to read. Hi, Shatoni! Shatoni, I hope you're doing very good. Happy, oh, what's happening? Happy Wednesday/Thursday. It is officially Thursday for me. Oh, ew. I'm joking. Kraken D's, you want to get banned? I'm joking. Shatoni, I hope you're doing very well. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Toxic. Wait, where's my other battery? I put another battery on this beach. Meow, you're so sweet. Night! Night, 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 night. Oh, you know what? I don't know if I've had that specific one, but I have heard of it. The screwball. I am, now that I'm not dealing with society, triggering me by saying society. What is my build? Deja vu, bond, finesse. Alright. Hard pass! Pretty? No. No, you. You guys are the pretty ones. I am just here making funny faces and drinking liquor. No, Meow, literally no you. Seriously. Happy Wednesday/Thursday. Depending on your time zone, of course. And I have had a peanut butter and I think jelly, or maybe it was just peanut butter, but it was like a peanut butter and jelly like vodka before. Because I used to work at a liquor store, and we didn't really get like a discount or anything. Cause like our discount was like 10% off like some stuff, so it was like a pretty shit discount. But they did give us free. I'm gonna kill myself in game. Not the pixel lore, but they used to give us free bottles out of the tasting cabinet because at our liquor store you can have tastings of certain liquors out of the tasting cabinet so that you can try before you buy, kind of like kind of thing, right? And sometimes they would like auction off bottles, like not with money or anything. They would just be like, who wants it, you know? And I got this like peanut butter vodka. It wasn't a whiskey, it was a vodka. And it was actually really good. I have a question for you. I have a maybe answer for you. Are you kidding me? Bumpy, literally know you. Thank you for the rate, guys. Everyone tell Bumpy how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. And from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart, thank you so much for the rate. And thank you so much for the vibes and hanging out. I really appreciate you, truly. Thank you for the shout out for Bumpy! Oh my god. And look at, I did work, my very first job was at a pizza joint. And we didn't get free food often. But if someone like ordered a pizza or ordered like something from the restaurant and canceled their order, we did get to eat their food. Oh, meow! The Dead by Daylight Creator Program. If you apply for the program, as of yesterday, everybody in the program, whether they're gold or iridescent tier, get the Twitch shirts. So you just gotta apply for the program, and then you'll get it. On the next, I think it's the next non-licensed chapter. No matter what, yeah, as long as you like get accepted into the program, you get the shirts. So every person in the gold program and the iridescent program got it yesterday. I already had mine, but everyone who didn't have theirs. Oh, okay. We made a night DC. Yeesh. Blizzard. Oh, they laughed. Honestly, they could have snowballed that. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. People who are on Switch are in the program. I did say we're all gonna get out. I did get my Arella and V shirts though. That's free lunch for days right there? Yeah. I used to get, what are they called? Calzones. I used to get calzones and some extra pizza whenever people would cancel their orders. It was really nice. I was actually kind of hoping that people would cancel the order sometimes. Yeah, Quan's shirt is super cute. I would wear Quan's, Sable's, and Ace's. Those are my favorite Twitch shirts. I don't remember what most people's shirts look like. Guys, I'm sleepy. I wish Nick... I know, right? A mentor? I didn't do shit. Please apply. Seriously, you have nothing to lose by applying. Shoulder the burden? Are you assuming that I'm gonna get caught? But no, I probably will get caught. Actually, let me put my medkit back on, and then I'll 6-second swap to a flashlight. Right, Jojo? You're a good boy. I am disappointed that there's no Willy's Wonderland shirt. I am disappointed there's no Willy's Wonderland. Truly. Truly. Alright, this is our last game. Our last game, so it has to be a good one. I'm waiting for the killer to ready up so I could put a fleshlight on. He did. What a good submissive boy. What's up, Zika? LG no Riri. Zombie literally know you. Zombie, did I shout you out already? Guys, go follow Zombie Magic. He is literally so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. I am leaving you. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. It's disgusting. You guys don't need that much of me. You guys will get tired of me. It's true. Illegal. I was watching you earlier, but then DBD had like an aneurysm and wasn't working. Wait, 48 hours? I have a date after stream. I gotta hang out with someone after stream. So blame them. I'm not gonna name names. But there is a reason why I have to end. It's me! Ah! Oh my god. Not a Kenny. It's me, guys. Listen, I'm not gonna confirm nor deny who my date is. Oh, who put my... no way I dramaturgied into a wall. That's crazy. Girly pop. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. If one person talks about it, I deserve it. I deserve it. One Gen Chase. One Gen Chase. I've had 7 shots. Or was it 8? Was it 7 or 8? Girl, I stopped counting like 5 shots ago. So... Shut up. What? What? How did you get here, you sneaky little otter? Did you just shoulder my burden? That's crazy. Wait, Kenny! Wait! Ah, poo. Oh my god, King Hell. King Hell literally just sacrificed himself for me. I can put my DVD console. You have to apply for the program. So, like, you have to, like, get accepted. So, you have to get accepted, and then you have to wait for the next non-licensed survivor chapter. So you have to apply and get accepted. Got huge protection. Oh, look, 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 look. Oh, he is here. He wants us. I'm leaving. I'm leaving, Steven. No, we're not gonna talk about it! Listen. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me heal you. Not King Hell on Death Hook because they shouldered my burden. That's crazy. Holy shamoy. But hey, one Gen Chase. You saw nothing? Thank you. Are you gonna stop moaning in my ear hole or what's gonna happen here? You're welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want some heals? That's weird. Listen! Lily, don't encourage me. Don't encourage me. Winchester, run! Ah, shit. Oh, holy lag, Batman. Oh, thank God he kicked that gen. Oh my God. How are your games tonight? My game's been so good, Frost. Frost, how have your games been? Also, how was your stream? Listen, if I had a nickel for every time I've jumped into Killer's arms, I would have a lot of nickels. Shut up. Shut up. I will watch your VOD. And I will... At least $10 nickels! That's a lot of times. Don't you dare? Well, I'm gonna look. Hi, Lex! Lex, you are just in time for our last game of the night. Let's now do this for the twinks. Frost. And just give us booty? I don't stop giving booty. Or the twinks! Oh my God. Who died? Oh, King Hell. King Hell, you did. Ah! King Hell, you did not have to sacrifice yourself for us. No! Kenny! 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 We can talk about this. Kenny! Ah! I don't have conviction. I don't have conviction. Oh, I'm just streaming on Twitch right now. This is not the LG I was hoping for. You bastards! What's up, King Pope? Come on, Kenny. Kenny. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't have conviction. No! Wait, why do you want to cry? Guys, one's in chat. If we're not gonna do one more. No, we're not gonna do one more. We gotta end it. You guys want to do marbles? We can do marbles. Yeah, we won't do one more. We'll do marbles after this. Listen. No. We'll call it. We'll call it. Ah, fuck! The most action I've had in years, baby. The most action I've had in years. Oh, that was my first hook? Oh, no luck offerings is crazy. Don't talk about Kenny like that, alright? Kenny deserves love. So that was like my fourth hook. Because King L started my Borden. Oh man, GG's. GG's. Listen, we made a night DC, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Yo, GG's. GG's crazy Verxies. I don't know how to say your name. GG's. Oh man. I'm pretty sure nothing but dust down there. Yo, GG's! Thank you guys very much for the games. Very much. Thank you. We're gonna do a game of marbles. You ordered Xbox Series X and the stupid seller put the wrong address. Then UPS refused to help fix it, and the seller never responded to my message. So I had to get my money back now. If I mistake, so order another one, and I'm using a different seller. That's fucked up, Lex. I'm so sorry to hear that. Bye, Meow! Meow, I hope you have a very good night. Alright, guys, we're gonna play some marbles. Marble Rivals! Not Marvel Rivals. Marbles! Life sucks, and then you die. Frost, you are so hot. Are you gonna make out with me or no? What? It's crazy. It was in them. Bye, Chico! Hey, Chico, have the best night ever. Season 6, 7? You don't have to ask me twice. I do have Marvel Rivals, but we're gonna play Marble Rivals. Guys, exclamation point play! Give me your balls! Where's my music? Is my music playing? There we go. Guys, give me your balls. Yeah. Oh, who's got the special ball? Who's got special balls? That sucks, Lex. Why'd I have to get my balls? Because I demand them. We do a prediction? What's the prediction for? We got 16 balls right now. What's the prediction? Okay. I like to wait to see, like, how many balls we're gonna get, but I think 0-7's okay. Oh, I'm gonna use it, King Pope. I'm gonna use it at least 6-7 more times this stream. Do you really, Zinka? Are you breaking people's bulls? I hope so.
Lizard.
There's only 16 bulls in here, guys. Give me your bulls. And also put your predictions in chat. Cringe? It is what it is. You may call me cringe, but at least I'm free. Time to shape Pixel. What did I do? Do you really, Zika? Is this you? This has to be you. This has to be you, this one right here. Oh, I went to go drink G Fuel, but I don't have any more. As soon as the prediction's over, we'll start. So you guys gotta get your bulls in here. We're gonna do 2 games of marbles, and then we'll call it. I burped, sorry. We only have 18 balls! Any more ball givers? Any more bull givers? War, I can't believe you didn't even join. That's crazy. Get your balls in. We got 21 bulls! Alright, we're starting. 10-second countdown. I've given my balls. You better have. Shut up, Jasper. Don't answer your bitch-ass opinion. Oh, what kind of tea? Ooh, this map looks like people might die. I'm excited about this. I don't recognize this map. Oh, guys. All right, you know what? we're gonna hang out with these guys. Wait, hold on, wait for me! And bits? Oh. Aw, not me dying. How embarrassing. Alright, King Hal. Oh, Spice Baits. Alright, King Hal, show him how it goes. Hey, you guys. Oh, Raven's still alive. That's crazy. Ooh! Whoa, Frost! Hello! Here we go, here we go. Oh. Oh, whoa, Leon's Moans? Okay. We've never played this map before. Raven. What are you doing? Oh, this is good. This is good. This looks promising. Those little, like, swirlies at the end. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, there, Raven died. There she goes. Shh, you'll scare it. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cannot wait to see what happens here. God, I hope someone dies from one of these. Hold on. I need a first row seat to this. All right, Zombie, you're gonna be the first one. You gotta go faster than that, buddy. No! Oh no! No way! Somebody's still going. Wait, Leon's Moans just lived, and there's some. Oh my god. You were the only one that got. Wait, oh, there you are. Okay, you died. And Zombie's blasting up again! Why was that so funny? Oh, Frost, no! Choose life! Oh! No way! 7+ people lived. That's insane. Oh my god, I'm like crying. Wait, where are Poe and Rootsy? Oh! Oh, the dog can't fell again. That was so funny. Oh my god, just barely 8 people lived. Hold on, let me pay out that prediction. 7+ people lived. You guys are so lucky. That was so funny. All right, one more. Minions, tonight we steal the moon. All right, guys, exclamation point play. Give me your balls. Give me your balls. Give me your balls. That was so funny. That was my favorite map we've ever played on. That's the first time we've ever played on that one. That was so funny. Thanks for that. And then, guys, vote in the prediction. How many balls are gonna live? 0 to 6 or 7+? We got 21 balls in here right now. Oh my god. Thank you very much for that. That was so funny. I honestly had no clue where the balls were. I didn't see them get we got 23 balls. 23 balls. 23 cojones, as you know, the cool kids say. Use your 10 pity points. Oh, did everybody get their Twitch drops, by the way? Hopefully. Who's got the biggest balls of them all? Is that an AC/DC reference? I agree, Zappa, that's alright. 24K? In about like 30 seconds, we're gonna start the game. We got 23 balls in here. Can we get 25? Can we get 2 more people to give me their balls? 2 more people! Exclamation point play. Can we get 25 people? 25. Can we get 25? Do I hear 25? We got 25 balls. I need 25 balls. We got 25. We got 24. 24. One more person. Next point play. 24 balls. We got 25. Do I have 25? 25 balls! Let's go! Thank you guys for giving me your balls. I appreciate that shit, Tony. I do. All right, we got 10 seconds left. Guys, feel free to give your balls. We got 10 seconds left. Got 25. All right, let's look at the map. Okay. I have not seen this map before, so we have 2 new maps that we've played tonight. Oh, my brother's not listening right now. I don't even think he's here. Oh, excuse me, sir. I wonder where Zinka is. What is this Matrix-ass map? I hope someone dies. I like it when people die. It makes me happy. Not IRL. In-game, of course. In the game. Okay, I hope that ball explodes. I want someone to get hit by that ball and they explode. Come on. Come on. Some explode for mommy. Oh, boo. In-game. In-game! Fast as fuck, boy. Fast as fuck. No wonder they're moving so slow. Well, Little Gon's got the lightest balls in the mall, apparently. Oh, Poe died! Wait, Apaz died! How did you guys die? What happened? Wait, what happened? I want to know. All right, well, 2 down. 22. Oh, 3 down. 3 down. 22 to go. I don't know. I don't know how you guys died. Oh! Thanks for the 26 bits! This is going at a snail's pace, I'm not gonna lie. I'll be here all night. How the fuck do you walk? Shut up. Raven, shh, you'll scare it. Wait, where are you? Oh, there you are. You're right here. Oh, there we go. We're progressing. Yeah, we're having a brisk walk. I need more people to start dying, please. Oh! Oh, this is the end! Wait, why did I die? Oh, This is the end? Oh! Cake Pop! That was a crazy match. Wait, why did I die? What did I do? I have no idea. I think splatting was good? I have no idea. That was a weird map. But hey, 7+ balls won! GG's! Wait, can I view the map? I want to view the map. Alright, whatever. Yo, GG's. Alt F4. I believe my ball. You know what? I guess the heaviest balls were the winner. Guys, GG's. Thank you guys very much. It was distance. Yeah, it was distance. It was whoever balled the farthest. The furthest. Splatting was the finish line. That was awesome. I don't know why I died, though. I don't know where I went. Also, I'm sorry. My dog cam fell again. I slapped the... Don't worry about it. Guys, we're gonna find someone to raid! Who should we raid? Should we raid Burb because we weren't able to raid Burb last time? When I was a young boy, my father... He's playing Monster Hunter. Was it Worlds? Something Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter Stories. Oh, it's my 53-month resub, too. Guys, we're gonna go raid Burb. Burb is literally so hot, so tall, so tan, so handsome. I bit his nipple once. I'm still waiting to... his other nipple. He doesn't know when it's gonna happen, but it's gonna happen one day. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for the follows, the wallows, the lurkies, the turkeys, the suppies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties! TwitchCon 2026, who knows? I'm going. Also, Summer Slime Girl, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. And go follow me socials. I do have a new YouTube video uploading tomorrow, so go give it a slutty little follow. Go ahead and go and use in whatever raid command you guys have, whatever raid emotes you guys have. Please, for the love of God, take care of yourselves. Be nice to yourselves. Remember, if you guys could be anything in this world, be kind. Because you never know what someone's going through. Also, meow. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Girl, if you don't get the fattest... I'm going to not say whatever I want to say live on stream. But, Rootsy, I'm thinking it. And I'm going to... send it to your head. And you know what I'm going to talk about, right? But everyone, have the best night ever. I love you guys from the bottom of my butt. Because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much. I will see you guys on Friday. What am I going to do? I don't know. Maybe open lobbies? I don't know. Have you guys been good? We'll see. I love you guys. This is the most intense game of my life.